Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I will now call the public hearing of July the 13th, 2023 to order. This meeting is convened by electronic means. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. For council members participating by electronic means, please ensure your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. If council members attending by electronic means lose connection during the portion or any portion of the hearing, we will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, a team member will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be tweeted out by @VanCityClerk. Now, I would like to acknowledge that we are hosting today's public hearing on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care that they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it's important that we are intentional in unlearning what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, we can build a better and brighter future with true reconciliation for our kids or grandkids and seven generations plus more going out. In case of an emergency, we also have emergency exits. You can go through the glass doors and hang a left past the posts there. And if for whatever reason those glass doors are blocked, there are 4 exits out here. Please walk to them and we will direct you accordingly. Also, it's a really bad idea to use an elevator in case of an emergency. So hopefully we don't get there, we'll use stairs. I'd also like to, where are we here? I also want to thank our team members at the City of Vancouver. It's an honor and a privilege to work side by side with our teammates. I can tell you, to the general public, we have incredible people that really care and they work incredibly hard every single day. And so thank you very much for everything you do. Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sims in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence until 5 p.m. today. Councillor Dominato. Absent. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Fry has a leave of absence for civic business from 1 to 10 today. I should say Kirby-Young's was also for civic business. And Councillor Montague. Councillor Clausen. Councillor Meisner. And I see you have a leave of absence after 6 today for civic business. And Councillor Jo. The hearing has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Okay, before we begin, I have some announcements. The public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or opposed to the recommendations, and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss out on their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online mayor and council feedback web form. This link will be tweeted as well. For those speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speaker, we will have 8 minutes, or you will have 8 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are also on the line or in person and must not be the individual speakers themselves. Let's see. All right. There we go. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in council meetings or public hearings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speakers, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory as outlined under Section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, team members, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during the meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure they are using respectful language. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead will refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. A reminder that council's role as at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means council is to only consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions of speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from city team members, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After the hearing, council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, refuse the application, or 3, refer the application to team members for further consideration. The plan for today is to break at 5 p.m. for dinner, return at 6 p.m., and continue to deal with the remainder of the public hearing agenda. If needed, we will reconvene the public hearing on Tuesday, July the 18th at 6 p.m. Okay, so the first item on the docket is miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD-1 bylaws. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 1? Okay, seeing none. The clerk will now read the application and summary of the correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to make miscellaneous amendments to bylaws for the following. CD1 759 for 3600 East Hastings Street. CD1 765 for 3680 East Hastings Street. CD1 743 for 3281 to 32895 East 22nd Avenue. 3281 Rupert Street, CD1 189 for 2149 to 2189 West 42nd, CD1 826 for 24 East Broadway and 2520 Ontario Street, the Falls Creek Area Development Plan for Area 10B for 1781st Street, and CD1 432 for 950 Quebec Street to improve clarity, update references, correct inadvertent errors or omissions, and or improve the administration of the bylaws. No correspondence has been received on this application since it was referred to public hearing.
Great, thank you very much. This is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. As the applicant is the city, there is no presentation by the applicant for this public hearing. Are there any questions from council to team members? No? Sorry. I skipped the presentation. Hold on a sec. Got so excited there. Can we please have the presentation? Sorry about that.
There we go. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Leif Kavissers, and I'm the rezoning planner for this item. From time to time, Council considers miscellaneous text amendments to provide greater clarity in zoning bylaws or to correct inadvertent errors and to facilitate the application of bylaws. This report recommends miscellaneous text amendments to 7 bylaws. Report items 1, 2, 3, and 5 are being amended to remove a number of limitations on commercial uses to accommodate a wider range of business types and to support the viability of these commercial units. Report item 4 is being amended to add 8.5 feet in building height for mechanical appurtenances. This brings the total building to 156.5 feet, which aligns with the recently approved Broadway plan. Report item 6 is being amended to permit typical floor area exclusions that we apply today, creating consistency with the current practices of exclusions in CD1 bylaws. Report item 7 includes conditions in the bylaw to dedicate 20 feet wide lane, which is not aligned with the current map and bylaw. This amendment would correct the map boundary. Thank you, Council. Staff are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. As the applicant is the city, there is no presentation by the applicant for this public hearing. Are there any questions from council to team members? And Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I just have one question, and thank you. My other one was around the Queen Elizabeth Park of Yukon, but you did in public clarify that it's because we changed it
That's correct, yes.
in the plan, right, in the Broadway plan. But my other question has to do with the wider range of business uses. I wonder, so that's for a number of these that are on the list. Can you just give us some examples of what is currently not allowed and what is anticipated that to be allowed that might be of interest to the owners?
When CD1s in the past were written, in some cases there were significant limitations. Perhaps that was because there was an intended use to go in that building. So for example, they may have allowed dwelling uses limited to a particular type of use or cultural recreation uses limited to particular types of uses. Moving forwards, these uses may have limited what could go in those spaces 20, 30 years later when perhaps the fabric of the neighborhood changed or when the types of uses we'd normally see in a ground floor unit changed or when new uses came into effect that were not covered under the existing expectations when the bylaw was written. If you reference the Appendix H of the bylaw, it does have a red line section which indicates which uses were included as limitations. And you can see that the limitations or the limiting uses were removed and simply the allowable uses were expanded.
All right, great.
that
Thank you
help?
very much. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we will now hear from the public. Now, this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Now, speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. And so when I look at the speakers list here, the first speaker has withdrawn. The second speaker on the list is Iman Hosseini. And Iman is on the phone. Is Iman on the phone?
No, speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay.
And sorry, Mayor, speaker number 3, I was just notified has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will go to speaker 4.
Hello?
Hello, sorry, is this Trina Kwan?
It is?
Hi, Trina. You're up.
Hi. Okay, I guess I'm the only one. I wanted to oppose building or I guess changing the existing bylaw that's there right now just because I'm worried about, number one, safety in that area and the increased densification of population in the area. It also puts existing pressure on existing infrastructure on schools, daycare is already existing, and there's no proposal to increase the capacity or build new ones. And I think more importantly, when I bought a view suite, and it's going to completely block my view, and I paid a premium of an extra $150,000 to have that. there's going to be a loss of community character because the increased population density is not
Sorry.
supported
Trina,
for
sorry to
schools.
interrupt. Trina, sorry, I just interrupt you here for a sec. Are you looking to speak on item number 1, which is miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD-1 bylaws?
Oh, sorry. I guess you guys went in an order. Sorry. So let me just pull up my photos for this because I don't have that. I just
Yeah,
a second here. Yeah, I think I'm opposing the first one.
well, you're on the speaker list twice. You're on for the first one and
Oh,
the number 5 as well. So if you can limit your comments to the merits of the first item, which is miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD-1 bylaws.
okay. 1 second here. I just gotta find it. Where do I find this? The I had my information at home, but I'm not at home. I've had to pivot some meetings to make this work.
Well, if you're
So yeah.
if you're looking to speak to the Falls Creek North social housing delivery,
Yep.
that will be coming up later on in this meeting, and you are
Okay.
on the list.
Okay.
Okay.
So okay, I just hold then, right?
I'm not too sure. Clerk, does she call back? Or does Trina? Uh, yeah, Trina, it will be a while. What you can do is call back and then
Okay.
yeah. And so if you just follow online to make sure when your time's getting close, if you can just call in, that'd be great.
Oh, it told me 1 o'clock. That's why I called in around now.
All right. Well, we'll hear from you in a little bit. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. So can we please circle back to number 2, Iman Hosseini? Is he? Oh, sorry. Is Iman on the line?
No, speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay. Seeing that we've gone through all the registered speakers, this is a third and final call. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. Now, we will take a 5-minute recess to see if anyone takes us up on that offer. All right, thank you very much. That's been 5 minutes. Clerk, do we have any speakers online?
I'm just checking and no callers on the line. I'm not seeing anybody come forward.
Okay.
So no further speakers.
Right, thank you very much. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm also closing the receipt of public comments. Do team members have any closing comments? Nope. Thank you very much. Does council have any questions for team members? All right. Oh, Councillor Carr.
Actually, no questions. I'm just prepared to move the recommendations.
Okie doke. Right, so council will now make its decision on this application, and it has been moved by Councillor Carr. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Montague, thank you very much. Is there any debate?
Yes, if I could, I just wanted to speak to it. Just
Oh,
say-
yep, sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, I think that these are very reasonable amendments. They totally make sense. When I read through the list of the businesses, the very specific kinds of businesses that were only allowed in those business sites or commercial sites, it did not make sense to me. I mean, some of them were pretty out of date in terms of types of businesses. So good update, and as well to comply with the changes or to be consistent with the changes that we made as council on the heights and the QA view cone for the Broadway plan to apply them to this the one project here. It makes sense as well. So all logical changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call a vote. And clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? And council, if you can please register your vote. Great, and the vote passes unanimously with Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Fry on leave of absence for civic business. Great, thank you. Thanks for all the great work. Okay, item number 2 on the docket is CD-1 rezoning 2001 to 2025 West 41st Avenue and 5683 to 5687 Maple Street. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Great, seeing none. Now, the clerk will now read the application and summary of the correspondence received.
This is an application by Panther Group to rezone 4261 Canby Street and 503 West 27th Avenue from RS1 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story residential building. A height of 21 meters or 69 feet with additional height for a rooftop amenity and floor space ratio of 2.80 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 1 piece of correspondence in support, 1 piece of correspondence on opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence classified as other. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speaker for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carly Rosenblatt. I'm the rezoning planner for this application, which proposes to rezone 2001 to 2025 West 41st Avenue and 5683 to 5687 Maple Street under the secured rental policy. The subject site, shown in red, is located at the corner of West 41st Avenue and Maple Street in the Carrisdale neighborhood. The site and surrounding area is zoned for commercial uses under the C2 district schedule. There is a RS zoned area to the east, developed with ground-oriented residential buildings, and a recently approved rezoning at the northeast corner of Maple and West 41st Avenue for a 6-story mixed-use building. North of the site is Carrisdale Park. The site is approximately 15,310 square feet in size, with a frontage of 153 feet along West 41st Avenue. The site is currently developed with a vacant lot, a 1-story and 3-story commercial buildings. There are no residential units on site. Here is a map of local amenities. The site's located within 800 meters of several parks, childcare facilities, and cultural and community spaces. The site's well served by public transit with bus routes along West 41st, West Boulevard, and East Boulevard. There are also several bikeways within a few blocks of the site. The Housing Vancouver strategy sets a target of 20,000 new market rental housing units across the city to help address Vancouver's historically low rental vacancy rates. This rezoning application is being considered under the secured rental policy, previously known as Rental 100. Rezoning applications received before December 1st, 2020 could be considered under the Rental 100 policy. And this rezoning application was received November 27th, 2020, prior to the deadline, and therefore can continue to be assessed under this policy, which intends to secure rental housing units. For sites in the C2 zones, the policy provides general direction for consideration of additional height and density up to 6 stories. In December 2021, amendments to the C2 district schedule permit a 6-story market rental mixed-use building to proceed through a development permit. However, the applicant chose to continue with the rezoning application. A rezoning application was submitted on November 27, 2020. However, it did not address some aspects of the secured rental policies, and so it was resubmitted in January 2022. This application proposes to rezone the site from C2 to CD1 to permit the development of a 6-story mixed-use building with 34 secured market rental units. 50% of the units are designed as family units containing 2 and 3 bedrooms. It also includes 2 levels of commercial use, including a 32-space private childcare facility on the 2nd floor. The density is 3.51 FSR, and the building height is 23.3 meters. This slide shows the average market rents for newer buildings on the west side in green and the relative affordability of renting when compared to the cost of home ownership, shown in the orange column. It also shows the proposed average unit sizes, which range from 509 square feet for a 1-bedroom unit to 1,024 square feet for a 3-bedroom unit. With respect to proposed rental units, these would be secured through a housing agreement prohibiting the stratification of units. Following submission of the rezoning application, a virtual open house was held from March 1st to March 21st, 2021. Approximately 2,511 notification postcards were mailed to local area residents, alerting them to the open house. And in total, we received approximately 77 pieces of feedback. Key themes of support include the height, massing, density, location, addition of rental housing stock and retail space, including the addition of a childcare facility. We also heard some comments of concern that the building height should be limited to 3 or 4 stories, and people expressed a desire for an architectural style that is more similar to the existing architectural style instead of a contemporary building clad in white metal panels. Some people expressed concern with the provision of too many parking spaces and concern the commercial space will cause further congestion in the neighborhood and pose a safety risk. Staff assessment of the proposal concludes the height and density are appropriate and consistent with what is permitted under the secured rental policy. Design conditions are included in Appendix B to provide for a reduced perception of the massing at the upper floors and improvements to the public realm around the building. The project will comply with the parking bylaw, and the proposal is well served by public transit and cycling infrastructure. Conditions in the report require enhanced safety measures for all roadway users, including updated street lighting, provision of lane lighting, new sidewalks and curbs, parking regulatory signage, and provision of bus stop amenities. The public benefit generated from this application is a DCL contribution of approximately $1,182,000. DCLs are a source of revenue for city facilities such as parks, childcare facilities, social and nonprofit housing, as well as engineering infrastructure. The community amenity contributions through rezoning policy provides an exemption for routine lower density secured market rental rezoning applications that will align with the secured rental policy, and therefore no CAC is required here. Additionally, there will be 34 market rental units that will be secured through a housing agreement. In summary, staff recommend approval of this application to rezone 2001 to 2025 West 41st Avenue and 5683 to 5687 Maple Street from C2 to CD1, subject to conditions outlined in Appendix B as it meets the intent of the secured rental policy. If approved, the application would contribute 34 new secured rental units and commercial space, including a 32-space private childcare facility. Thanks for listening. Both staff and the applicant team are available for questions.
Thank you, Carly. Is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
I believe that they're online.
Yep. Great. I'll assume they are there. Are there any questions from council to the team members or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Thank you. My first question has to do with the fact that this is still qualifies under rental, basically the old rental 100, which we did revise in 2019. So there's no requirement in this market rental building to have any.
I took a look at annexations.
Sorry.
This makes a lot of sense.
Is
There's
there-
something-
We
But I
have some
still like
background.
Cynthia's like, you gave her too much detail, and I'm like, but she's asked for like, I didn't give her the specific uses, but I
Hi.
tried.
Can we mute the?
Thank you.
Hi. Are we all muted here? I'll restart the timer, Councillor Carr. All right, let's try that again, Councillor Carr.
Right. So back to the whether or not there are any requirements for any below market housing units. I don't remember them being there for the old rental 100, right?
You're correct. There are no requirements for there to be below market rental units in the rental 100 policy, just secured rental.
Great. And I do remember that the old rental 100 policy allowed, forgave CACs just because it was rental. I mean, that was at a time when we were really everything was condos and we were trying to get rental at the council table. But there's no, so there's, so it just can do straight up rental, no CACs. Is that right?
That's correct. No CACs are required here.
Okay. Second question around the car spaces. I'm not sure if it would be to you or the applicant. I noticed that there's almost 2 car park spaces per unit, not quite, but it's 34 units, 61 car spaces. Are we looking at all to limit the number of car spaces going into the future, given our climate objectives and wanting to limit private car use?
Can you clarify, is that for the applicant or for staff to respond to?
You know, I'm happy to hear from both on that matter. If we're looking at any kind of policy as we're shifting to, 15 minutes, neighborhoods, complete neighborhoods, more cycling, walking, transit use. Are we looking to put a maximum on car spaces, basically, as to staff, and then to the applicant? Any interest in reducing, there's a lot of parking spaces for development.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carr, for your question. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Alan Chen, in Transportation Engineering to respond.
Great, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the question. Alan Chen from Transportation Planning Engineering. Currently at the city staff, we're looking at ways to update our policy with regards to transportation requirements, specifically for parking provision. That's currently something that's ongoing. But for this site in particular, this site is expected to provide on-street parking and loading as per the parking bylaw to minimize the dependency for use of on-street spaces. This project is also eligible for up to 20% reduction to their residential parking and 10% reduction to their commercial parking requirements due to their proximity to frequent transit. They also have the option to provide a transportation demand management plan for parking reduction through the development permit process. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Then perhaps to the applicant, any consideration around transportation demand management plan and or a parking plan that is looking to reduce the number of parking spaces?
Sorry, was that a question for the applicant?
Yes, it was. Around transportation demand management plan and whether, I mean, basically the rationale for the number of parking spaces as we are a city that's moving towards de-emphasizing car use and emphasizing more public transit and personal use, cycling, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that is duly noted, and we can explore that in the development permit stage to reduce some parking. I even understand that the city of Toronto is scraping their parking bylaw to some degree. And so if there is applicability for us to reduce some of the parking count, given it seems like there is, we can entertain that in the next development permit stage.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Back to staff. When are we thinking of revising our parking bylaw? What's the timing?
I'm going to pass this back to Alan to respond to, please.
It's been a work that's been ongoing, but I think we're trying.
I'm sorry, we're at time.
By the end
Sorry
of the
about
year.
that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So just a couple of questions to the applicant. Will the building be pet friendly?
From the rental operator company, they have said that it will be pet friendly.
Okay, great. Second question is, I think this is going to go back to staff. I have two follow-up questions. One is related to the childcare spaces and the use. What I'm reading from the report is basically there could be more childcare spaces if there was flexibility in the provincial regulations in terms of use of the rooftop. But I'm thinking about the location of this particular site and all of the park space that is around it. And I just wonder what conversations, if at all, are happening with the province in terms of allowing park space in proximity to a childcare to expand childcare spaces.
Thank you.
Yvonne Heath. Oh, sorry.
I'm just going to pass this on to my colleague Yvonne to respond to, please, in childcare department.
Sorry about that. Yvonne He, social policy on the childcare team. We have been working very closely with licensing on this application. There were some safety issues and considerations around the use of the rooftop space. It's possible that those could be resolved at DP, but it will require more development of the design to see. So at this point, if the rooftop space is a no-go, this is the maximum that we would permit for the applicant, and we just didn't want to go forward giving them any indication that it could be more. In terms of the use of the parks surrounding, there is Kerrisdale Park right next to the site, but there's nothing on Kerrisdale Park that is appropriate for the 0 to 5 age group. It's mostly a track space, lots of green space, so it could be used as supplementary play space, but it is not suitable for daily play space by 3 to 5 year olds, and that's one of the considerations for licensing and for city. They any further parks.
I just have follow-up questions. I'm sorry, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much. That's super helpful for understanding that further context, and those are conversations we can take away. Thank you very much. My third question is and forgive me, but I looked through the report a couple of times, and typically it's quite easy to locate the unit mix and the average size of each Studio 1, 2 bedroom units, but I don't see that readily available. So I wonder if staff could just point me to that page.
We have actually provided that as an additional image rendering, so I think you can, it's part of the renderings that were provided, the city should have that image or rendering to share with you.
Okay, maybe I can direct the question to staff.
Sure, so you're looking for the unit mix breakdown, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's in Appendix G at the very last page of the report. So it says that there's 0 studios, there's going to be 17 one-bedroom, 11 two-bedroom units, and 6 three-bedroom units, for a total of 34.
Okay, I will dig a little deeper. Typically, it's in the referral report in the summary, so I'll refer to Appendix G. That's all from me. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we will now hear from the public. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. And so we do have speakers on the list. Speaker number 1 has withdrawn. Speaker number 2, Shonda Moyer.
Hi, thanks for having me. This is my first time doing this, so please bear with me.
You're going to be awesome.
Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Shonda. I'm here today to represent the Strata Council of LMS 3731 and D&J Industrial Office, which is located on the 3rd floor of the adjacent building. I'm here to voice our concerns about this project, and I want to be clear that I'm not opposed to the project, but we do have concerns about what the process of the build and the effect of the area. I've been a property manager at this location for the past 10 years, and in this time I've seen multiple incidences in and around this location. The back alley is already a mess. The ground is uneven, and you can often see cars bottoming out if unfamiliar with the area. So we have big concern with the amount of trucks that will come and the traffic that will cause further damage to the area. And the ground is already eroding at the end of the alley on Maple Street. So we just want some reassurance around that the ground will be fixed if there's any additional damage caused by the construction or the continued use of all the extra traffic that will come. Also, we're located just at the east end of the busiest McDonald's in the city, as far as I'm aware. This location has people entering from 3 directions, including the east end by Maple Street. There is a lot of congestion in this alley area, especially with the arena in the west, Point Grey High School in the north, and the Kerrisdale Field right behind as well. So not only vehicles, but pedestrians too. We have a 25-cell parking garage where our staff enter. If they can't enter through Maple Street, they'll have to go all the way around towards the McDonald's on East Boulevard, which is already a disaster at 8 a.m. And just this week, on Monday and Tuesday, there were 2 accidents right at that intersection, causing quite delayed area there. We acknowledge that some will be alleviated with the deconstruction of the Salvation Army. However, that is only a portion of the traffic. We also have a preschool in our building whose green space is designated to the Kerrisdale Field behind us. So we're just concerned with those very small children be able to cross that alleyway, not only with the big trucks, but also the amount of traffic that's going to come with the build. The amount of noise that it'll also bring, so the children will have, we're not sure how the children will be able to enjoy their outdoor space, as well as the disruption to the traffic flow and our office as well. There is also, like I mentioned, an additional childcare space within our building that will greatly affect My Whole Earth Academy, which in turn will affect our strata if this new childcare space impacts the attendance that's right next door. Next, I wanted to bring to your attention is the ground area itself. As far as I know, to my knowledge, that there's an aquifer or underground water running in this area. We have 2 big sub pumps under our building because we are prone to flooding. And in fact, we suffered a massive flood when the original building burnt down in 2017. This was not only from the amount of water poured on from the fire trucks, but also because we lost power to the sub pumps which stopped working, resulting in $1,000 of damage to our electrical room and elevator shaft. With the excavation of the Salvation Army and digging directly adjacent to our building, this leaves our building very vulnerable to sinking and further damage if it shifts or if there's any exterior wall damage. So we have already gone through multiple repairs, including shotcrete and elastomeric paint on the exterior. So our question is there a detail in the plan about how we can protect our building, as well as we're wondering how they're going to seal between our buildings, just because it is so much higher than ours. Our building's 3 feet. I'm almost done. As mentioned previously, the amount of traffic in the area, especially the back alley, we noticed in the plans that the entrance to the new building is located directly beside ours in the alleyway of the area, which is also where the student drop-off is going to be. So we would like to know why it wasn't considered to have the entrance off of Maple Street, as there is already some street parking there and no other businesses across. This would defer a lot of the traffic from the back alley, allowing greater flow. And lastly, regarding any interruption to the water and power supply at D&J, we have an international online business and we have 2 servers that run 24 hours. And if those servers go down, we just are wondering what can we be reassured in as to compensation for that. So 4 seconds.
My God, like
Thank you.
for a first timer, you totally rocked it.
Thank you.
You nailed the time. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have on the list is number 3, Jennifer Upstill on the phone. Is Jennifer there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm also a first timer. My name is Jennifer Upsell, and I'm the co-founder and director of My Whole Earth Academy, the licensed preschool that Shonda was just speaking about, located at 2031 West 41st Avenue, which is exactly beside the proposed building. We have 36 licensed spaces and serve approximately 80 children in the neighborhood per week. We are not included on the referral report, which states the neighborhood amenities on page 5, although we do know that the owner and Panther Group are aware of us because concerns were raised with them by Shonda in March of 2021 and with me in January 2021 as well. I am opposed to the current development proposal amendment on several grounds. As a member of this community for over 20 years and also professionally as a business that's potentially going to be severely impacted in a negative manner, having a business directly competing for market share. I'm concerned about construction. The FSR of this building being increased will result in a longer timeline for the build and the risk of construction dust, noise, and debris, as well as our AC unit is located on the roof of the building, and we are running it the entire duration of our classes in order to maintain quality air in our classrooms due to risks associated with COVID-19. And we're expecting increased costs and filter changes and the possibility we may not be able to open our windows due to noise and the dust that may be coming while they're tearing down the older building. We're also concerned about whether or not there's any asbestos in that building and whether we'll have to close our business during this construction and whether any compensation would be offered for that. Also, I was surprised to hear Councillor Bly say that the outdoor green space is not suitable for daily use. It's actually our mandated use for our license. We are in that green space at the First Baseball Diamond every day, twice a day, with our morning and afternoon classes, and we're concerned about the risks that construction will pose for our students and staff, both when crossing the alley and while being outside in that space with the risk of any kind of flying debris, dust, or vehicles. Furthermore, when I was reading the referral report, I saw the shadow indicated on the report, and you will see if you look at the winter months, the entire morning until well past noon, the new building with its extra floors will cast a shadow directly across the entire green space where we will be playing with the children. And in the winter months, we need that sunlight for the children to continue their good health. And the increased height is going to result in a complete loss of sunlight throughout the entire winter, well into the spring, and starting quite early in the fall. We're also worried about whether or not this loss of sunlight on the side of our building will result in increased heating costs during the winter months. Both Councillor Carr and Shonda Moore spoke to our environmental concerns with the increased traffic. We're also students when crossing the alley, if there's going to be this many more families attending another childcare proposal right next door to us. And we're concerned about exhaust fumes from commercial vehicles going in and out of that building, coming in through our windows, which are directly there on the outside of the building, and of course our ventilation systems on the roof. From a perspective in the community, I'm quite concerned about the changes to the look and feel of Kerrisdale Village. I feel that the proposed amendments look dramatically out of step with the heritage nature of the village. The west wall is a windowless, featureless wall sticking up like a sore thumb. Modern building to track the village charm. I'm also concerned that in the natural assets section of the referral report, there's only one street tree being declared. However, there are two street be protected. And then finally, going to the daycare compliance concerns, which were slightly addressed with Councillor Bly, I'm concerned that when I read through page 24 and 25 sections 124, I think it is, to 129, the owner has been, the applicant has been advised that at least provincial regulations will not approve a rooftop outdoor space for licensed care. And so I'm concerned that they're being approved for putting in a childcare facility that cannot meet licensing requirements. I'm more than happy to work with the applicant if they'd like to work together and collaborate. I've offered that already several times. If they're not able to do that, then I'd like to hear about that one. Sorry.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Great. The next speaker is speaker number 4.
Oh, Mayor, I'm on the queue for questions.
Yeah, that's right. We can ask questions in public hearings. I am sorry. Councillor Bly, please go ahead. Jennifer, are you still there?
I am still here. My timer didn't say I was out of time, but you said I was, so.
Yeah, you have questions from Councillor Bly?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer, for calling in. I was just curious, the business that you're running, is it a childcare? The name obviously is not super clear in that it Whole Earth Academy, but are you also a daycare?
No, we're a licensed preschool. We're not permitted to be a daycare because we're on the second floor.
Okay. Do you have a wait list?
Yeah, we do.
And would you be willing to share how many kids are on that wait list?
So it depends on the program you're speaking to. The program that we have a wait list for is our parent and child program, which is outside of our licensed program. We have several programs that we run. Our licensed program runs at about 80% capacity at this time.
Okay, so not a wait list for that portion of the program?
No.
Okay. So just because you sort of named a couple of things, just to be clear, so I'm not sure if you're aware, but part of my question was not to say that the outside space was not sufficient. My question was, are we currently having conversations with the province to allow for sort of adjacent green space to be sufficient for additional space, childcare space? Because we are in a childcare sort of deficit across the city. That's one of the, it's one of the biggest sort of concerns that young families have, is finding childcare.
And this was my concern, Councillor Bly, is that if they're being approved with a daycare license after we've been declined, we would like to apply for that state.
Right. So I think that's helpful to know. And so, this is an ongoing conversation, but I will take that question away to staff just to be very clear about what exactly is being approved. Of course, this is a very early stage public hearing, and there's a lot of work that has to be done between now and the development permit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And sorry about that, Councillor Bly. I forgot that we're allowed to ask questions at public hearings. Okay, the next person on the speakers list is number 4, Min Jun Kim.
Hello, Council. This is also my first time at a hearing. Oh, this goes up automatically. Great. I'm a resident right at the corner of 41st and West Boulevard. And I thought I should just come here to share my concerns and support for the general idea. I think that more density is a good thing. I think that allows for more businesses to contribute to the community. I think it is also a great solution to the increased severe cost of living crisis that we're living in right now. So I think more rental units is a good thing to have in our community. But I am also hearing concerns from other speakers about some particulars about this building that I think I am quite under-informed about as to make a decision as to the merits of it. May I ask a question during the comments to the council in general?
No, they're
No? Okay.
just commenting on the merits of the project.
So then I hope that whatever department is in charge of the city of going through all of these particulars and making sure of the safety aspects and the viability aspects are being scrutinized to the necessary extent before any approval. But I myself am not quite opposed to the aesthetics of the building itself. I think as a neighborhood grows, I think more modern architecture can coexist with the current architecture. And it's not like Curacao has, such a unique character that the brownstones needs to be kept as a singular architecture style. I think that's the extent of my questions. I'm just looking forward to this site being reused again instead of just sitting as an empty lot for the rest of the time. And one more thing. My big concern as well is that with increased density, there needs to be more transportation needs met. And there's been concerns about car parking spaces. But my biggest concern is, are there going to be more transit services offered as a result of this increased density in our neighborhood? Because people can only take so many cars into our neighborhood. Like as the streets get congested, as they fill to their capacity, there's like no more cars that can be there anyway. Now, my concern is, in order to support that, we need more bus frequency and more bus routes servicing our area. And I hope that the council will consider that aspect as well. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so now seeing that's the end of the speakers list, this is the third and final call. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. And so now we will take another 5-minute recess to see if we have any additional calls.
Hi there. The speaker with their number ending in
Whoops. Hello? Was that for us or? Wasn't really though, was it? We still heard it. I'm kidding. It's all good. Awesome. I'm just saying. All right. Okay, so are there any additional speakers that jumped on?
I'm not seeing any further speakers for this on the line. Is there any further speakers from the gallery? No, no further speakers, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Since none are few public comments. Did I miss something there? Since none are few public comments. I know there's some verbiage around we're declaring the speakers list closed. Since there's no one left on there. And then since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm also now closing the receipt of public documents. So I think we were just missing something in the script there. Does the applicant have any closing comments? No?
No, thank you. We're good.
Thank you very much. Do team members have any closing comments?
Thank you. No, we don't have any closing comments.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions for team members? And no additional questions to the applicant are permitted. And yes, we have a bunch. So Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just going through some of the questions that have been raised by speakers regarding the alley and the issue around the already sort of damaged alley. But if there's more damage done, what are the requirements to restore an alley or to make sure it's in good repair at the end of a project?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. My colleague, Alan Chen, will respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Chen from Engineering Transportation here. As part of this project, the applicant will be responsible for repaving of Maple Street and the laneway adjacent to the site. For any sort of damages in other areas within the alleyway, that will be taken care of by engineering through certain capital programs. And residents and members of the public can reach out to the city staff through 311 calls.
Yeah, okay, sounds like they may have concerns right now, even before the project. So for the lane, they contact city staff. For Maple Street, it's going to be in the responsibility of the applicant, right?
For the laneway, the portion of the laneway adjacent to the site, the applicant will also be repaving that portion of the laneway, yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. The ground aquifer that was noted by one of the speakers, are there any concerns that engineering staff have identified regarding that?
Thank you for the question. I don't have information about that at this time, but we can report back to council.
That would be good. It seems like it already is an issue.
I was going to add on that there is no underground waterway that runs through this site.
There's no underground waterway, but it sounds like there's a water table issue from what was stated. No?
Engineering can report back on that.
Okay, that would be good. Thank you. Shadowing on the green space of a nearby childcare. It's not a park, I gather, but do we have any regulations around that?
Hi, Councillor. Paul Chang, Senior Development Planner. This has been reviewed with the Parks Board, and Parks Board has signed off on the shadowing impact on the Parks Board area.
This would be a private facility. We don't have any rules or regulations around shadowing that might be on a private facility.
No, we don't actually have any regulations that protects
the shadowing of new developments onto other private properties. Sometimes, if we can try to reduce those things. But in the matter of a building like this, a very typical 6-story building, we consider any shadowing impacts to be a matter of course and something that comes with growth in the city.
Even if there's a requirement in the license of a childcare facility to have outdoor play area for children, like a little bit of a different situation.
Do you want to go?
Councillor Yarda McNeil, Director of Rezoning. I think the commentary from the speaker had to do with shadowing it during the winter months.
Yes.
And we have a shadow guideline that essentially says somewhere between the spring equinox and autumn equinox, we're regulating that in order to make sure that there's enough daylight onto public spaces, in particular a public park. Anything past that line, we don't, because of the weather in Vancouver and the latitude that we're at, that most of public realms end up being shadowed in the winter months. So we don't change that relative to daycare spaces outside.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Last question, there was an interest in knowing whether or not there were translate plans to increase transit along this route. Can anybody comment on what those plans might be?
Thank you for the question, Alan from engineering. Currently, I'm not aware of any plans that are currently for this location specifically, but this site is well sited in close proximity to the frequent transit network that's serviced by several bus routes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to clarify the question related to unit size and assortment with staff, and that is typically we'll see in the referral report how many units in what category, as well as the average unit size, and seeing it at the end of Appendix G, but it's still pretty light in detail compared to what we normally get. So I'm just wondering if we've changed our approach or if it's just project specific. I'm noting it sort of for the first time significantly. That's just staff.
Thank you for your questions. I just wanted to clarify, are you asking for the location of the information or are you asking for the average unit sizes?
Average unit sizes. And also what we can expect going forward. This seems atypical to what we normally get.
Yeah, so the average unit sizes were shown in the presentation, so I can pull up that slide again. But for 1 bedrooms, the average unit size is 509 square feet. For 2 bedrooms, 732 square feet. And a 3 bedroom, 1,024 square feet is the average.
Okay, I will appreciate it in the presentation. Again, I can't find that information specifically in the report, so I'll go back and look at it for a third time, but that's helpful. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
It's also located on page 9 of the report on the table.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr, you're back up.
One more. Would staff consider looking at the drop-off spot, which seems to affect a lot of children going in and out of the next door facility, instead moving it to Maple Street? Is that something that we would consider?
I'm going to speak for engineering. Engineering typically does not permit the curb cuts to be off of main streets. It's highly much better to have the rear lane serve the function as a rear lane for those kinds of functions, loading, including the loading of objects, and also sometimes for pickup and drop off for people as well.
We're at time. I'm sorry.
I got the gist of it. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Seeing no other questions on the docket, council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover? Councillor Klassen, thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor, we'll go Councillor Joe. Balance it out a little bit here. Okay, is there any debate? Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks to everyone that called in today to share feedback on this project. I think that this project is a win. Personally, it's a vacant lot. with some small commercial buildings. So there's no displacement of any existing residential tenancies, and this is going to add many new rental units, 50% of which are family-sized. I think the location is also ideal for this type of project. It's close to park space. There's quite good transit service already on West 41st, and also the childcare aspect. We did hear from one of the callers about the demand for childcare in the area and that they already have a wait list. So I think adding 32 more spaces is fantastic. Not to mention the commercial space on the ground floor. That's really going to help continue that retail space along the street. And I think that this project, once it is built, many people who currently are nervous about it will realize that it's a net benefit to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I too share Councillor Meisner's position in terms of the need for more rental housing and the need for more childcare in our city. I would hope that there is a neighborliness regarding the applicant or in the end the owners of this building in terms of nearby neighbors. There was a couple of requests to meet around it on different issues, and I think that would be great. Some of them related to the fact that there would be two childcare facilities, but I'm hopeful that that neighborliness will come through in the end after the project is completed. And I hope the applicant, the neighbors are satisfied that there will be a requirement to ensure that the lane is repaired and Maple Street repaired. If there's any damage or any concerns around the status of those streets, there are requirements to ensure that they are repaired in the end. So, yeah, in all, it's a win for the city, I think.
Great. Thank you very much. And sorry, Clerk, point of procedure. Do you have to cede the chair? Councillor Klassen? Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm actually incredibly familiar with the area. I used to sit on the Kerrisdale BIA. On an annual basis, we are actually in that back alley because it's a staging point for the parade every year. We used to go to Tam's Taylor's, which was right on Maple Street there, and get our pants hemmed all the time. And it was a shame to see that those buildings burned down. God, it must have been, 6 or 7 years ago now? It seems like yesterday. I think this is as close to a home run as possible. It ticks so many boxes. First, there's so many amenities in the area. 32 childcare spaces. We have more rentals, 82 bike spaces, and it's literally a block away from the greenway that connects, Vancouver north and south. You have an ice rink, community center, library, secondary school, high school. The only thing we don't have there is a subway going through there, or it would be, a grand slam home run. I think it fits. It's great. And it's close to the university as well. So I'm actually super excited. I've always wondered what would go on that spot. And I'm glad to see that it's going to be a beautiful building that has a lot of positives to it. Great. Councillor Klassen, can I get the chair back? Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Yeah, not to sort of repeat, but I think it's worth sort of stating that this is a great project, and for many of the reasons that have been mentioned, but it's on a rapid transit line. I think that the no displacement and the added rental, and that there will be, and thank you, staff. I don't know how I looked past that page 3 or 4 times, but that there are going to be a number of 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, which is what the area needs in terms of family rental housing. And with the covenant, it means it's secured rental. And there's been a lot of new strata development in this area, but not a lot of new rental. And although there is a lot of older rental stock, it is aging rental stock. So I think it just strikes that balance. I too am very familiar, having lived and worked in this area for more than 2 decades in a previous life to being on city council, but absolutely a home run. And I think the opportunity here is, well, also just to mention that it is pretty modest in terms of height and what we're seeing in other parts of the city. And the only two things, opportunities, is I think the sort of design looks like it will have some edits, and I do think it's a little bit modern and stark compared to some of the built form and design features of the surrounding buildings. So I do look forward to seeing how that can evolve, and I do think it ought to, as recommended by staff. And then, of course, with the childcare, and I appreciate the comments from staff and provincial guidelines related to, are there sort of like, I don't know, swing slides for the 0 to 5-year-old age range in terms of what would qualify as park space. But I imagine with the daycare and a ball and games, that park space, it's quite large. I don't know that the track is as close to that this building is staff maybe indicated. It's much more of a green space and green field that it ought to be utilized to increase more childcare spaces in our city. So that's for another day, but I'm very happy to support this project.
Thank you very much. All right, a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? And council, can you please register your vote? Great, and it passes unanimously with councillors Kirby Young and Fry absent on city business. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next item on the docket is CD-1 rezoning 618 West 32nd Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 3? Okay, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Livable City Planning Limited to rezone 618 West 32nd Avenue from RS1 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story strata-titled residential building. A height of 21.7 meters or 71 feet with additional height for a rooftop amenity and floor space ratio of 2.45 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 3 pieces of correspondence classified as other, and this represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m.
This is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Simon Jay, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application, being considered under the Canby Corridor Plan. The site shown in red is located on the southwest corner of Canby Street and 32nd Avenue. It is zoned RS1 and is currently occupied by a single detached house. The surrounding neighborhood is rich in amenities, with schools, parks, and community services close by. The King Edward Canada Line station is 900 meters away, and Canby Street is part of TransLink's frequent transit network. This proposal is being considered under the Canby Corridor Plan. The property is located in the Queen Elizabeth neighborhood. The plan enables 6-story residential buildings with a choice of use at grade and a suggested density between 1.75 to 2.25 FSR based on urban design performance. The development potential may fall within, below, or above this FSR range. There are well-established commercial nodes in the northern section of the Canby Corridor at Canby Village and King Edward Mall. This arterial site is identified as a choice of use at grade in the Canby Corridor Plan. 1 block away at 33rd Avenue, there is an emerging neighborhood serving commercial node. Commercial was required along 33rd Avenue in Phase 3 of the plan in response to community input. In addition, the Heather Street Lands development will include 62,000 square feet of retail service space within 500 meters of this site. As part of the Vancouver Plan implementation, staff will assess the need and opportunities for commercial space between King Edward and 33rd Avenue. Staff is planning to hire a consultant and prepare a memo to council for fall with details of the existing and future commercial space in the Canby corridor. This application was submitted in April 2022. The application proposes a 6-story strata residential building. The applicant has chosen residential at grade and has not provided commercial. The proposed FSR is 2.45 with 25 strata titled residential units. The proposed height is 21.7 meters with additional height for rooftop amenity space. A virtual open house was held in March of this year. 7 pieces of correspondence were received. There was concern raised regarding the loss of trees. Staff have included a condition of approval to retain 2 trees. The public benefits accruing from this application are $1.8 million in CACs and $780,000 in DCLs. This proposal is consistent with the Canby Corridor Plan, and staff support this application, subject to conditions in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. And yeah, you answered my next question. Is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Mortensen with Livable City Planning. I'm working with the owners of this property through this rezoning, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to the application.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to team members or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? And yes, we do. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just projecting a little bit of my own wishes for this area. I've always been quite concerned about the fact that we've created a bit of a desert along Canby with regard to any commercial or sort of shopping opportunities. This one is just heard from staff that we have some longer term plans for that one. I think I know the corner fairly well and try to have a hard time imagining there's a church and a long-term care home on the southeast corner. But why we haven't been trying to require or incentivize builders like for projects like this one to potentially put in some kind of at-grade commercial. So we might get the mic on.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. My colleague, Karis, will answer this question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Karis Hebert, Assistant Director of Community Planning. So, Councillor Clausen, you do note that there are opportunities for ground floor commercial at 33rd Avenue, and it was also noted that there would be a potential for 62,000 square feet of commercial on the Heatherlands. However, we are going to be getting a study underway that's going to look more in detail at both the existing and future commercial space in the Canby corridor, what demand there may be with the population in the future. And I think that this is going to help us assess the need for potentially future policy work as part of Vancouver Plan implementation. So we expect that work will be completed by fall, and we'll be reporting those outcomes to Council.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, when I saw this plan originally, I was concerned that the alleyway to the west would have not been provide the opportunity for any kind of commercial access, loading, that sort of thing, transportation. But it may. I just recall when I originally rode the Canada Line for the very first time with SNC Lavalin, they did indicate that there is a potential sort of long-term plan for a Canada Line stop there. I mean, that's not on anybody's list right now, but I imagine someday, especially with the Heatherlands. So it strikes me that being 1 block away from that, potentially an opportunity missed. That's all.
Yes, and agree that, 33rd Avenue with the potential for a station, although that's not certain, made it a very logical place to require commercial in the zone that is required. However, under the Canby corridor plan, with this project, it's a choice of use.
Okay, thanks very much.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And my question's to the applicant. Michael, I'm just curious, just given the conversation around commercial use at grade, I was going to ask you specifically, what was the thinking? Staff indicated that it was a choice of the property owners to simply go with residential. And was there any consideration to commercial at grade?
I think we considered all uses. We played with the idea of doing this as a rental building at first, then the economics don't work. It's a relatively small site. Any commercial use on this site would require separate facilities for waste for commercial use, would require on-site loading for commercial use. So for smaller sites, that's a big challenge, especially when you're talking about the provision of a little bit of retail. I live at 33rd and Canby in the Transca building, which has the coffee shop along that stretch. It is open sporadically. It's an area with very light footfall, notwithstanding all the new development that the Canby plan's encouraging and allowing along the corridor. The area remains very low density when you really look at it. If you consider that the volcano-turned park called Queen Elizabeth Park is essentially a void space devoid of any body heat, and you consider that 62,000 square feet of retail has been approved for the Heatherlands, we have Canby Village, which the city has protected over decades by not allowing retail outside of the 5 or 6 blocks of Canby Village to preserve the integrity of Canby Village as a viable retail node. And then Oak Ridge, when I did the Oak Ridge plan in 2006, we added 300,000 square feet more commercial to Oak Ridge Center. So what we have in between is a bit of geography, some challenge. But retail needs footfall, and it needs other retail. Because if you have only a one-off retail space, it doesn't provide people with I need to get some bread, I need to get some fish, I got to get a coffee. You don't have that choice with little one-offs. You need a node. Retail needs other retail to anchor and support. So for any business person trying to do a one-off retail space along that corridor with very light footfall today, with the requirement to provide a whole host of amenities, well, not amenities, services within the building just for the sake of that one retail unit, makes it very challenging.
Thanks, Michael. That was really helpful context. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. We will now hear from the speakers list. And so we have speaker number, let's take a look here. But before we get there, this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Okay. And so we do have speakers, and the first speaker is Monique Choptiak, I believe, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. And Monique, are you there on the phone?
I'm just double checking, Mayor, if you could give me a moment. Yes, we're just trying to get the connection working.
Okay, great.
I'm there.
Hey, Monique, we can hear you.
Good.
Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Monique Choptuik, and I actually live at the corner of West 33rd. There's a horrible echo. I'm speaking and I'm just hearing a really horrible echo on the line.
It might be, do you have it streaming at home right now? If you can turn the volume off, if you can mute it. Okay. Monique, how's that? Is that better?
Yes, I'm not hearing the echo now.
Okay, great. And we're going to restart the timer. Go ahead.
Sure. I live on the same block as this rezoning application. I live at the corner of West 33rd and Cambie. And I want to express my opposition to it. Contrary to assumptions, this is not a case of NIMBYism, but rather a concern for the housing crisis we face and transparency in the rezoning process. We are in a housing crisis which is getting more acute every day. This application does not address our need for affordable housing. We urgently need purpose-built affordable housing, especially rentals for families who are living here now. This is just unaffordable stock housing. Recently, I heard that only 3% of what has been built in the Cambie corridor is actually considered affordable housing. Originally, all buildings in the corridor had to have 20% rentals included. After the first condominium was built, this was quietly withdrawn from the plan. The FSR, basically building density, and building heights have also been changed quietly without public consultation, which raised concerns about transparency. Originally, the FSR for this neighborhood was 1.5 to 2, and the building height was 6 stories. The FSR was changed to 1.75 to 2.25. Even with this change, the FSR for this application is 2.45, which is higher, much higher. The FSR criteria is meaningless as the plan stipulates that it may be below, within, or over the range stated. In this neighborhood, all rezoning applications have been above the range, a statistical improbability if the range was truly calculated based on site, size, and other noted criteria. Also, with the addition of the rooftop amenity space, the roof heights is visually now 7 or more stories. The information provided about the local school capacity in what is considered the prime family area of the Cambie corridor due to its proximity to the park, community center, and hospitals is misleading at best. All elementary schools in the area are close to or over capacity. Emily Carr has a capacity of 300 students. In 2022, its enrollment was 330. The planned developments of Oak Ridge Center, Oak Ridge Transit Center, Heatherlands, MTC lands, and continued CCDP developments were not referred to. The original CCP document stated that 2 areas in the corridor needed further study in regards to the building of an elementary school. The QE neighborhood was one of them. This was also removed from the document, and no study was ever conducted. The pandemic has also highlighted the inadequacy of 2-bedroom units for families, emphasizing the need for many more 3-bedroom units to be built. If we do not consider 2 bedrooms as family units, 88% of the units in this development are not suitable for families. Again, this is the prime family area in the corridor. When the CCP was proposed, both the community neighborhood and developers agreed that they didn't want orphan lots. This is an orphan lot. In order for the Elizabeth, the condominium next door, to pass its rezoning application, they had to show that this lot could be successfully developed. The planning department was adamant, and I mean adamant, that the only way this could happen was to shift the Elizabeth to the south 9 feet from the Cowie Row homes in order to share a parking driveway entrance. There is no shared driveway in this application. This raises doubts about the credibility of planning department assertions. I have one question for council. When will you prioritize the construction of the right type of housing that urgently is needed to address the current needs of families in this city in a transparent and truthful manner? Failure to act quickly will deepen the housing crisis, create social economic challenges due to the hauling out of the middle class, and erode public trust in our elected officials. And I just want to add about commercial viability in this area. There is no place now. It was part of the Cambie corridor plan to include it. It was stated. Nobody did it except for the condo kitty corner to me, which was supposed to be where the proposed station was located. And I have been told by Councillor Reimer, this is more like 10 years ago, that proposed station will never be built because it doesn't adhere to TransLink's criteria for a station. Also, I was told by planners that they deliberately didn't include any commercial spaces in this area, but rather they chose to put it in the Heatherlands redevelopment because they didn't want to dilute the shopping in the
Monica,
camp.
I'm sorry, we're at time.
That's fine. That's fine. I wasn't even going to talk about that, but it came up.
Awesome.
Anyhow, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Monique. Seeing no questions for speaker number one, speaker number two is Erica Nugent, and Erica's in person.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the proposed development at 618 West 32nd Avenue in Vancouver. This proposed development has been adversely affected by the fact that the city has mandated that 2 pine trees, which are in the northeast corner of the property, have to be kept. This, in turn, has adversely affected our property at 4867 Cambie Street. It has pushed the proposed development back into the southwest corner of the property. We have 3 concerns. Read the positioning of the proposed development. The setback of our property of 18 feet is for the enjoyment of our owners, not to enable the proposed next-door development to place their development as close as possible to our property line. The bare minimum of 8 feet is not enough space between the proposed development and the property line. The entrance to the proposed development's underground parking lot was originally on the northwest corner of the property. Because of the minimum root protection zone for the retained pine trees, the underground parking had to be reconfigured. The entrance is now very close to our underground parking entrance, and we feel that there is a potential danger if vehicles are leaving both parkades at the same time. We will be blinded from seeing if any vehicle is leaving the parkade until we are well into the alley. The city has mandated that no living rooms will have direct vision into the other side facing properties. This proposed development has living rooms facing into our property on 5 of the 6 stories. There are also a number of large patios and balconies looking directly into our building. So thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no questions for speaker 2, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. We will now take another 5-minute recess to see if anyone takes us up on our offer. We have anyone online? Very good. And are there any callers online?
Mayor, I am just checking, but it would appear we have one person on the line.
Okay. Hello?
Sorry, speaker ending in digits 1725. Are you calling to speak into this item or item 5? Oh, they disconnected.
It would appear we have no speakers online for this item.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing anybody coming to the podium, so I think that's the end of the speakers, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Since none or few public comments have been received since noon today, I'm also closing the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to maybe make a couple notes about affordability and the proposal before you. Between CACs and development cost levies, this application is generating a total of $103,000 to $103,200 per unit that can be used towards affordable housing and other amenities for the city. We have worked with city staff to preserve the 2 large trees that are on the corner. They are old spruce trees, very, very significant size. And not the nicest trees on the planet, but it has compelled movement of the building. So we do acknowledge that our neighbors' concerns, and be happy to work with them moving through the application to address any issues in terms of privacy overview, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do team members have any closing comments? No? Great, thank you. Does council have any questions for the team members? And no additional questions to the applicant are permitted. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the applicant addressed the question. Thank you in your closing comments. But I was going to ask staff that question around, is there any requirement in terms of privacy and overlook onto adjoining properties that we require?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Omar, my colleague, will answer that question.
Thank you.
Omar Al-Jabouri, Development Planner. Thank you for the question. Yes, we do review for overlook and privacy, and we've included a condition in the to ask the applicant to reorient units' living spaces away from the neighboring building.
Great.
Thank you.
Or property. Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. Yep, that's it for me.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other questions, council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover? Oh, you know, Councillor Carr, you should scratch your head. Would that be a mover? No. Okay, Councillor Meisner, we were really grasping there. Can we get a seconder? Councillor Montague, thank you very much. Is there any debate? Seeing no one on the queue here, just a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen, and council, can you please cast your vote? Great. And the vote, it passes unanimously with Councillors Kirby, Young, and Fry away on civic business. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the docket is CD-1 rezoning, 1961 to 1995 East Broadway and 2465 Semlin Drive. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item number 4? Okay, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the Urban Solutions Architecture Limited to rezone 1961 to 1995 East Broadway and 2465 Semlin Drive from RT 5N Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story mixed-use building with 73 strata-titled residential units and commercial space at grade. A height of 21.6 meters or 71 feet with additional height for a rooftop amenity and a floor space ratio of 3.0 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. Following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 7 pieces of correspondence in support and 1 piece of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speaker list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. And Councillor Montague.
Thank you, Mayor. Just noting no speakers on the speakers list. I move to waive presentation and have it emailed to council.
Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, the motion passes. We will waive the presentation. So are there any questions from council to team members? Is the applicant team here to speak to the application? No. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to team members or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? All right. Great. We will now hear from the public, and as was mentioned, there is no one on the registered speakers list. So I will put out a second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So, Clerk, do we have anyone online there?
None online.
Great.
I do not see anybody coming forward.
Okay. This is the third and final call. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium, and we will take a 5-minute recess to see if anyone jumps online. Do we have anyone on the? Do we have anyone on the line? No. All right. Yes. Awesome. All right. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are there any counselors online? So we have quorum. We have quorum. Great. And do we have any speakers on the line there?
Just double checking. I'm hearing none on the line.
Great.
I am not seeing anybody come forward, so no.
All right. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And since none or few public comments have been made or have been received since noon today, I'm also now closing the receipt of public documents. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Do team members have any closing comments? No. Does council have any questions for the team members? And no additional questions to the applicant are permitted. Nope. All right. So council, we're now going to make a decision on this application. Can we please go to the voting panel and can you please register your vote? Oh, sorry. I was trying to do this off memory. Didn't work. Okay. Can we please have a mover for the recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Great. Is there any debate? Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to commend the applicant. I think that I was just reviewing the plans for the rooftop, and it's really impressive. It has outdoor co-working area with like plugs and outlets, which is amazing. And I noticed that there are like 3 or 4 water fountains throughout the development outside for residents. It's the first time I've seen that. So just wanted to say great job with the amenities for the residents, and I think it'll be a great place to live.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Okay. Seeing no other councillors on the line here, reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? And council, can you please register your vote? Great. And it passes unanimously with councillors Kirby Young and Fry away on civic business. Congratulations. Okay. The next item on the docket is number 5, Falls Creek North Social Housing Delivery. Amendments to the Falls Creek North Official Development Plan and consequential CD-1 bylaw amendments. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item number 5? Okay, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the Falls Creek North Official Development Plan to add residential floor area for the delivery of social housing development. Consequential amendments to CD1 324 for 800 to 1100 Pacific Boulevard are proposed to increase the permitted residential floor area and maximum building heights. Further, consequential amendments to CD1 366 for 500 Pacific Street, CD1 422 for 900 Pacific Boulevard, CD1 266 for 1100, 1200, 1300 blocks Pacific Boulevard, and CD1 297 for 1200 to 1300 Pacific Boulevard South are also proposed. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 827 pieces of correspondence in support, 50 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 4 pieces of correspondence classified as other. This represents all correspondence received up to 12 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Teresa O'Donnell, and I'm the Director of Planning. This is an application by the Director of Planning today. It's a little bit unusual, but I wanted to say a couple of things before we get started. We've got a big staff team here. Des and Matt are going to run through the presentation. But before they do, I just want to remind Council of a couple of things. We're very excited about bringing this. This application will enable more than 660 units of new social housing in Falls Creek North on sites that have remained undeveloped for way too long, right? The proposed amendments follow on two agreements that Council approved in its landowner capacity, not in your zoning capacity, which are aimed at unlocking this development of social housing. The first is a 2018 Memorandum of Understanding between the City, Concord Pacific, and BC Housing. That MOU sets the framework for how the three parties will work together to develop these sites. The second is the 2022 Master Transaction Agreement between the City and Concord Pacific. That MTA sets out the business terms of the agreement, which will enable the development of the social housing. But it's important to note that while Council signed the MTA, it did so in its landowner capacity and its business capacity. The terms of the MTA are not subject of the public hearing today. And Council's regulatory authority to consider the application or the zoning amendments and the changes to the ODP are in no way fettered by the MTA. So if Council doesn't approve the zoning, so you'll be looking at just the zoning, the height, and the form of development, just like you did on those other four cases that we approved. If you decide not to go forward with the zoning, then the MTA is simply unwound, right? And there will be no penalty or claims by either party. So as you consider the application today, remember you're just in your regulatory hat, okay? So with that, I'll ask Matt to come up and get us started.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Matt Shillito. I'm the Director of the Special Projects Office in the Planning Department. And you'll see the contents of the presentation on the slide there. I'm going to start with an overview of the planning policy context, focusing on two documents in particular, the Falls Creek North Official Development Plan and the Northeast Falls Creek Plan. And then I'll touch on some key decisions that Council has made as landowner that provide context to the Director of Planning application. In particular, the Master Transaction Agreement between the City and Concord Pacific that Teresa just alluded to. And then I'll hand over to Desiree Druitt to run through the Director of Planning application, which is the subject of today's public hearing. So turning to the policy context, the first key document, as I say, is the Falls Creek Official Development Plan. This was originally adopted by Council in 1990 and covers the area shown on the slide. It's been amended and updated periodically over the years as the neighborhood has built out, but it remains the governing area-wide bylaw for rezoning and development in Falls Creek North. In addition to the ODP, there are also several CD1 zoning bylaws, shown here outlined in red on the slide, as well as sub-area design guidelines. And just a quick note on terminology, the ODP and the zoning bylaws currently use various terms, including affordable housing, core need housing, and non-market housing. But to align with the definitions in the zoning and development bylaw and current housing policy, we will use the term social housing throughout. Just a reminder to Council that social housing is defined as rental housing which is owned and operated by a non-profit or government body, secured by a housing agreement or other legal commitment, in which at least 30% of the units are occupied by households below the BC Housing household income limits. When the ODP was originally adopted, it set a target of 20% of all residential units to be delivered as social housing. To achieve this target, 20 social housing sites were identified within the ODP area, and they're shown as the black dots on the slide there. However, the actual delivery of the social housing rested on the availability of provincial funding programs, primarily the Homes BC Affordable Housing Program. When most of Falls Creek North was developed through the 1990s and the early 2000s, the city achieved the delivery of social housing by first rezoning the lands, then exercising options to purchase the sites from the landowner, Concord Pacific, and then developing them with provincial funding. This process resulted in 6 of the 20 sites being developed, delivering 544 social housing units. However, in 2002, the province cancelled the Homes BC program, and the lack of stable and compatible senior government funding programs since then has created a financial obstacle to deliver social housing on the remaining sites. Of the 14 remaining sites, 8 were converted to market housing in exchange for cash in lieu payments from Concord Pacific to deliver social housing elsewhere. But developing the final 6 sites, the red dots on the slide, has remained a challenge due to the lack of senior government funding programs. And as a result, 598 social housing units required under the ODP remain outstanding. Turning now to the other relevant policy document, the Northeast Falls Creek Plan. This was adopted in 2018 and covers the eastern portion of the Falls Creek North ODP area, as well as lands further east. It envisions the transformation of this largely undeveloped section of the Falls Creek waterfront through the removal of the Georgia and Dunsmuir viaducts, which are seismically vulnerable, and their replacement with a new ground-level street network, which will serve mixed-use development, including homes for 10 to 12,000 people, of which 20% of the floor space is required to be social housing, various commercial uses, including office space, hotels, shops, and restaurants, 32 acres of new and renewed parks and open spaces, and a wide variety of other public amenities. Importantly, in today's context, the plan also calls on the city to work with Concord Pacific and senior government partners to find opportunities to expedite delivery of social housing on the 6 remaining undeveloped sites in Falls Creek North. Switching now from that planning policy context to some relevant background related to decisions that council has made on behalf of the city as landowner. Faced with the ongoing challenge that I mentioned of delivering social housing on the 6 remaining sites, staff began discussions with Concord Pacific and BC Housing aimed at unlocking that potential. And in 2018, the city signed an MOU with Concord Pacific and BC Housing, which signaled the parties' intentions to work collaboratively towards delivering social housing and contained the outline of a new model that could achieve this. Discussions continued, and ultimately in 2022, the city entered into a master transaction agreement with Concord Pacific to facilitate development of the sites. The main provisions of that master transaction agreement are summarized on this slide. A key point to emphasize, as Teresa has done, is that the city entered into the master transaction agreement solely in its landowner capacity. And as such, council's regulatory authority and discretion in making decisions on amendments to the ODP and the zoning are in no way fettered by it. Should council decide not to approve the proposed ODP and zoning amendments, the master transaction agreement would simply be unwound without penalty or claims by either party. With that said, the main provisions of the master transaction agreement are first that Concord would transfer ownership of to the city of 3 of the 6 undeveloped social housing sites to be used for the delivery of social housing and complementary uses at no cost to the city. Concord would retain ownership of the remaining 3 sites without the city having any right to require them for social housing. At a minimum, all the social housing units that are currently required to be delivered under the Falls Creek North ODP would be delivered on the 3 city sites. The 3 Concord sites would be enabled to be developed as market housing as opposed to social housing, with no change to the existing allowable density. And finally, Concord Pacific would pay to the city $110 million in 3 phased payments. So just to help illustrate those provisions, I'll unpack them on the next couple of slides. Firstly, as I say, 3 sites would be transferred to the city. That's sites 3, 4, and 5, shown on the slide. 450 Pacific, 990 BT, and 1050 Expo. Sites 1, 2, and 6 would be retained by Concord Pacific, 1502 Granville, 431 Beach, and 900 Pacific. All of the 598 social housing units required under the ODP would be distributed onto the 3 city sites, and the Concord sites would be enabled to be developed for market housing, again with no change to the allowable density. Following on from those provisions of the Master Transaction Agreement, we must then apply the Northeast Falls Creek Plan policy, which requires all new market housing in Falls Creek North to provide 20% of the floor area social housing. So enabling the 3 sites retained by Concord to be developed for market housing results in an additional social housing requirement. This additional floor area is also distributed to the city sites, which increases the minimum number of social housing units required on those sites to 661. With that context, I'll hand over to Desiree to outline the key aspects of the Director of Planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Desiree Druitt, and I'm the rezoning planner on the file. So the Director of Planning has submitted an application to amend the Falls Creek North Official Development Plan and associated CD1 bylaws and guidelines. Generally, the proposed amendments include increases to the permitted height and density for social housing on 2 of the 3 sites, which would be owned by the city, conversion of the other 3 sites from social housing to market housing. These sites would be retained by the landowner, Concord Pacific, and amendments to improve navigation of planning documents and alignment with policy. At this time, staff would like to advise Council about 2 yellow memos which have been added to the public hearing package. The purpose of the first memo, dated June 27th, 2023, is to correct an inadvertent error related to floor area. The correct floor area is posted in the draft bylaw, therefore no action is required. The second memo, dated July 12th, 2023, recommends an additional condition of enactment to Appendix B, Conditions of Approval. A motion will be required to include the recommendation as part of the decision. As Matt described, the proposal enables a minimum of 661 social housing units to be delivered on the 3 city sites located at 3, 4, and 5. To inform the application, building massing explorations were developed for these 3 sites with considerations to key urban design principles to determine the best way to deliver the required number of units while ensuring an appropriate fit within the context of the existing neighborhood. The distribution of the 661 social housing units over the 3 sites is accommodated with additional height and density at 1050 Expo Boulevard and 990 Beatty Street, where site size, location, and urban context allow for more flexibility. Urban design analysis demonstrated that 450 Pacific could not meet the minimum tower separation requirements and would result in long and narrow floor plate, rendering the development highly inefficient and effectively unviable. As a result, the format 450 Pacific Street is proposed to be similar in scale and massing to what was originally anticipated in the beach neighborhood guidelines. The development proposals meet the urban design principles established for the Falls Creek North area and demonstrate a good overall neighborhood fit in terms of height, form, and scale relative to the neighboring buildings. Important urban design standards are upheld, including the 25-meter residential to residential tower separation and the council-approved view cone height limits. Increases in height and density at these locations do not result in additional shadowing of any city parks, including David Lamb, George Wainburn, Cooper's Park, or the Seawall. There is no proposed form of development on the sites Concord would retain, located at 1502 Granville Street, 431 Beach Crescent, and 900 Pacific Boulevard. So next, I'd like to provide an overview of each site for social housing development including today's site conditions and existing land use regulations and the proposed form of development and regulatory amendments to deliver the social housing units. 1050 Expo Boulevard is zoned CD1324 and located in the Quayside neighborhood. The triangular site is currently operating as a surface parking lot. It's bounded by Expo and Pacific Boulevards and the Cambie Bridge. There's a statutory right-of-way and utility setbacks for Cambie Bridge maintenance at the east property line, which would add complexity to the development on this site. The Falls Creek North ODP anticipates a mid-rise building. The application considers a 29-story tower with a proposed residential floor area of approximately 23,600 square meters, delivering 296 social housing units, with about 40% of the units for families. To ensure the viability of a social housing development, staff support a larger than typical tower floor plate. Proposed bylaw amendments include increasing the maximum building height and permitted residential density. The Quayside neighborhood guidelines would also be updated to reflect the proposed form of development for social housing. 990 Beatty Street is also zoned CD1324 and located in the Quayside neighborhood adjacent to the Cambie Bridge and bounded by Beatty and Nelson Streets and Expo Boulevard. The Falls Creek North ODP anticipates a 15-story residential building. The application considers a podium with 28-story tower with a total proposed floor area of approximately 21,500 square meters, delivering 288 social housing units with about 35% of the units for families. The development would include a fire hall and a 44-space childcare facility. Due to the structural and functional requirements where a residential tower cannot be constructed above, the fire hall is proposed to be located at the corner of Nelson and Beatty Streets. The childcare facility is located on top of the podium level to ensure adequate sun access and space for outdoor play areas. To provide a sense of privacy and views, the residential tower is formed to maintain 25-meter separation from the adjacent residential towers. Proposed bylaw amendments include increasing the maximum building height and permitted residential density. The Quayside neighborhood guidelines would be updated to reflect the proposed form of development for social housing, fire hall, and childcare. 450 Pacific Street is zoned CD1366 and located in the Beach neighborhood along Pacific Street near Homer. The Falls Creek North ODP anticipates a mid-rise building with a 2-story street wall fronting Pacific Street. The more constrained nature of this site limits the achievable height, density, and massing to a mid-rise building, which is generally in line with the form anticipated in the Beach neighborhood guidelines. Proposed changes to the guidelines include minor departures in building form and articulation, which may be explored at the next design stage. The application considers a 7-story mid-rise building with a proposed residential floor area of about 7,600 square meters, delivering 90 social housing units with about 30% of the units for families. The Falls Creek North ODP and Northeast Falls Creek Plan have envisioned a complete community with the delivery of a package of amenities, including schools, a community center, parks, and childcare facilities. The Roundhouse Community Center is located at Davie Street and Pacific Boulevard, and the nearest library is the Central Branch at West Georgia and Homer Streets. There are 2 catchment elementary schools, which these developments would feed into, Elsie Roy Elementary and Crosstown Elementary. The high school catchment is King George Secondary. The Vancouver School Board's long-range facilities plan notes that overall enrollment trends for the wider area are changing. The VSB continues to explore options to reduce pressure on schools in this area, monitor development, and work with city staff to help plan for future growth. Housing delivery across the entire housing continuum is needed to address Vancouver's housing challenges, and this proposal will deliver a minimum of 661 units of social housing, as indicated in red. Working in conjunction with BC Housing, the target affordability is 20% of the units rented at shelter and pension rate, 50% rented to households with incomes below the BC Housing income limits, and 30% rented at the low end of market, with additional deepened affordability for Indigenous people and women fleeing violence. Overall, the social housing developments are targeting at least 35% family units, which the current design explorations are exceeding. There are no existing tenants, therefore the city's tenant relocation and protection policy does not apply. The social housing sites are in close proximity to transit and cycling infrastructure, including the Yaletown Roundhouse SkyTrain station, various local bus routes, and AAA bike lanes along Nelson, Smythe, and Beatty Streets, and Marina Side Crescent. The proposed developments will be required to meet the minimum requirement of the parking bylaw, including provisions for visitor, loading, and bike spaces. If the application is approved, various statutory right-of-ways would be secured. The SRWs would ensure that perimeter sidewalks of the development sites are widened, making them safe and accessible. Consistent with the city's ongoing initiatives to simplify and streamline our land use regulations, staff also propose additional amendments to improve document navigation, clarify regulations, and align policy between documents. Some of these amendments include ensuring consistency with current housing policy, simplification of language and references, aligning definitions in the ODP with the zoning and development bylaw, increasing balcony and outdoor amenity exclusions consistent with current development standards. In addition to hosting our typical Shape Your City webpage with application documents and the project proposal available to the public online, staff held a 3-week online Q&A and 2 in-person open house events at the Roundhouse Community Center. Over 15,000 postal notifications were mailed, with over 1,700 listserv recipients. 610 comment forms were submitted, and 97 questions were received from the public. Key areas of support include the significant provision of affordable housing, where locations have good access to transit, active transportation routes, and amenities, including the seawall and parks. Key areas of concern include building height, density, and massing, concern for traffic congestion, the location of the fire hall, the land transaction agreement, access to sunlight and views, and lack of services and amenities. In conclusion, I'd like to summarize some of the key benefits of this application. To meet the needs of our growing population and ensure the city remains vibrant and diverse, it's important that we have an affordable and varied supply of housing, and this social housing opportunity enables the near-term delivery of 661 social housing units or more, with a target of at least 35% of all units for families. The city is working with BC Housing to deliver the social housing developments. Subject to funding approval, affordability targets include 20% at shelter and pension rate, 50% below housing income limits, 30% at low end of market, and additional deepened affordability for Indigenous people and women fleeing violence. This delivery model exceeds the total number of social housing units currently identified in the False Creek North ODP and completes the social housing obligations for the area. As mentioned, redevelopment will include a new fire hall, a new child daycare facility, and significant public realm upgrades. This is a significant opportunity to integrate new social housing in close proximity to employment, services, amenities, and rapid transit. If the application is approved, it would enable the development of 3 vacant lots which have remained undeveloped for over 40 years and help strengthen False Creek North as a complete, inclusive, and affordable neighborhood. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so as the applicant is the city, there is no presentation by the applicant for this public hearing. Are there any questions from council to team members? And yes, we do. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I have a question, and staff can let me know if it's within the bounds of what we're able to discuss here. But I'm curious to hear how the calculation about the 110 million and was done, and given an escalation in land prices, always every year, how the public can feel confident that that is good value and good public benefit for this exchange.
Hi, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy and Regulation. The calculation, you're correct, it is part of the master transaction agreement, so we won't go too far down the path there, but it was arrived at through a discussion and a negotiation with real estate services staff and Concord Pacific. It was informed by third-party appraisals of fair market value of the land. And so it was the Director of Real Estate Services was comfortable entering into that agreement with Concord Pacific on that valuation.
Okay, I guess my related follow-up is just when that calculation was done, and again, just to kind of given escalations and the time it takes to get this sort of thing done, is it still fair value now?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's a 2021 valuation.
Okay, and typically are these sorts of deals when they are to hold over years, is there a time period in which they're reevaluated or the numbers reassessed?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to get too deep into the details of that. With it is the nature of the arrangement that was arrived at in the master transaction agreement through Real Estate Services and the and Concord Pacific. So I think for the purposes of the public hearing, that's sort of where the arrangement landed.
Okay, fair enough. If this weren't to pass, what do we go back to? What's the state? Or what's possible if this falls apart, and then that means the master agreement no longer holds, is my understanding, then what would be on the table?
That's right, Councillor. Yes, Matt Shillito again. If Council were to not pass these proposed ODP and zoning amendments, the master transaction agreement would simply be unwound, and as I say, with no claims or recourse by any party.
Okay,
So
and
in practice, that would mean going back to a renegotiation, presumably between the parties of a different arrangement.
okay, and presumably many more years before housing is able to be built on these sites.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, I'll leave my questions there for now. Thanks, staff.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I'm wondering about, I noticed in the presentation it said no change to allowable density for the 3 sites that will be converted into market. Is Concord still able to ask for more density? And if so, would there be a CAC attached to that or some sort of other social housing delivery or cash payment to the city?
So you're correct. As part of this application, no additional density or height is being considered on the sites that Concord would retain. At this time, it's up to Concord's purview what they end up developing and proposing on those future sites.
But they could ask for more height and density, or no?
Presumably, as any landowner in the city could come in with a application for a development permit or rezoning application, but at this time, that's not part of this consideration.
Okay, but there was the swap, the $110 million, and let's say one of those sites is zoned right now for 30 stories. Concord could come back 5 to 10 years down the road and ask for 50, or no?
Yes, they could.
They could. And that would trigger some sort of CAC or payment to the city?
Yes.
In addition to that $110 million?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. My other question was around the funding of the non-market sites in terms of BC Housing. Where are we at with that? Is funding committed? Are we close? Just wondering where we're at.
Hi, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, we have very good commitments from BC Housing at the table being interested in funding this. There are subsequent levels of approval that are required, but that's not unusual for a project, a non-market housing project of this scale. So BC Housing is committed to working with us towards the targeted levels of affordability we've discussed. We then need to go into the funding approval process as we work through the development of the project.
Okay, but it's looking promising.
It's very promising in the sort of scope of the types of projects we look at with nonprofits and with trying to develop with BC Housing. It's very promising. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And then my other question was around concerns that I saw from neighbors and the feedback that we've been receiving via email. Is around mitigation of noise from the proposed fire hall. I don't know if anyone's able to comment on the measures that will be taken to mitigate the sirens and that sort of thing.
We are joined by our facilities department who are on the line and who may answer that question.
I'm Michelle Schulz, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. I believe Tyler Moore from Fire is also here. He may be better positioned to answer this question, but my understanding is that the sirens don't turn on immediately at the fire hall, but once they get to speed en route to the emergency. Tyler?
Yeah. So hi, Tyler Moore, Deputy Fire Chief. Yeah, so the noise around every fire hall is a concern for us. So we continue to have policies in place that allow our staff to exit and respond safely and when appropriate, turning on their sirens. We continue to operate fire halls that are near libraries, near schools, in residential areas for many, many years without complaint from them. So we don't feel that that would be any different in this case.
Great, thanks very much. And then I have one more question. Retail space. Is there retail space in any of the three non-market sites?
So retail space is not being currently proposed in the developments. It is permitted in CD1 324. So those are the developments at 990 BD Street and 1050 Expo. It is encouraged in the ODP and also in the Northeast Falls Creek plan to provide retail at grade. It will be subject, and staff intend to discuss further regarding the provision of retail. The objective here, though, is to meet the minimum requirements for the social housing and to ensure that the projects are viable.
Okay, so it's not off the table.
It's not off the table at this time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I got a couple of questions. So the first question is, have we thought about the operators for the social housing?
Dan Garrison.
Thank you, Councillor. There's an operator selection process that is in stream right now, so that's underway. Our staff in non-market housing development operations are leading that, collaborating with BC Housing to select qualified nonprofit operators that will operate the housing. So that's subject to being finalized, but that process is underway now.
Okay, and what is our public engagement process? Engage our neighborhood to make sure they are, their feedback being sent to the selection process.
Right. So as per typical rezoning applications, we have had our application materials online available to the public, as well as a 3-week Q&A where the public is welcome to send us questions. And we answer them, and the answers are all posted publicly. In addition to that, we held 2 in-person events at the Roundhouse Community Center.
My question is not very clear. I'm talking about the specific about the selection process for the operators.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, typically the operator selection is a procurement process. It's a sort of a business procurement process where we're procuring those operators. So there typically isn't a public element to those to the operator selection process.
Okay, thanks. The other question: why there's only one childcare facility built for these 3 towers? Is there any potential we can build more childcare spaces?
I'll call upon our colleagues in facilities to answer your question.
Hi, I'm Michelle Schulz again, Facilities Planning and Development. We are co-locating a childcare with the 990 BD site with the fire hall, where we can maximize the number of childcare spaces, which is currently 44. I believe that it didn't work for childcare to be co-located with the other 2 social housing option sites, just given the location and form of development.
Okay. One more last questions. Why the number 5, the 450 Pacific Street, that side only allow 3.5 FSR, only allow 90 units? Is that because of the distance with other high-rise building? Okay.
Development planning will answer your question.
Yes, Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
My name is Hiroko Kobayashi. I'm a development planner on this file. Yes, that's correct. So there are two tall highlights, residential to the east and the west of this proposed site. When we ensure that 80 feet tower separation from those two towers, so as Desiree described, it's a leftover space. It's going to be very long and then narrow spaces. And then if that tower form is going to go up, it's going to be highly inefficient and also effectively unviable for this social housing project.
Hey, thank you. That's all my question. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to circle back on your evaluation of school capacity in the area. This has come up from time to time, and by and large, most of the schools in the downtown core are at 100% utilization, with the exception of Crosstown. And I know we have Cole Harbor coming online, but can you just expand on the dialogue that's taken place with VSB, given the highlight of the the proposed rezonings of between 30 to 40% family size units, and what that might mean for school access in the area?
Right. Thank you for your question. Yes, we did meet with the Vancouver School Board a few times to let them know of this application and to advise them about the family mix that would be anticipated coming in. So those conversations are still ongoing, and they continue to happen as the project will move through the development permit stage.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll ask some other questions after we've heard from speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Montague.
Just a quick question. The fire hall being proposed on the one site, it's a movement of fire hall number 8, is that correct?
Yes, Tyler could confirm as well, but I believe it's the replacement facility for Fire Hall 8.
Okay, and if what are the reasons for the need to move the fire hall or replace it?
I'll ask Deputy Chief Moore to answer that question.
Yeah, so currently we have 3 crews assigned to that fire hall, and so we have to actually park a fire truck outside. It's only a 2-bay fire hall, so we're currently parking a fire truck outside the fire hall, and the size is too small, and it's seismically unstable at this point.
So it's a capacity call load issue, is that?
We've assigned more staff there because of the response requirements, correct?
Okay. I guess you wouldn't happen to have statistics on how many calls that fire hall gets off the top of your head right now?
They're in the 1,000 per month.
Okay, thank you.
That's it?
For now, yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Montague. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will now hear from the public. Following the registered speakers list, this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. And now we do have quite a few speakers, actually. And so the first speaker on the list is Amanda Iman on the phone. Amanda, are you there?
The speaker, excuse me, the speaker is not on the phone.
Okay, we will
Not in the gallery. No.
We will circle back. Speaker number 2 has withdrawn. Speaker number 3 has withdrawn. Speaker number 4, Shaniga Mo. I hope Shana. Maybe it is Shaniga. I apologize. I've probably mispronounced her name. Are you on the line?
The speaker is not on the line. Just want to check. Not in the gallery.
Okay, we will circle back as well. The next person would be Rob Plovance on the phone. Rob, can you hear us?
Hello?
Rob, you're on.
Okay, great. All right. My name's Rob Clovance. I'm a Vancouver resident living in Galetown for quite some time. I'll be speaking against the building height amendments and the fire hall component in the proposal specifically. We moved here in 2005. It was with the understanding that the lot at 990 Beatty would eventually include a building of no more than 15 stories. While I totally support a significant increase in affordable housing in Vancouver, the proposed building height adjustment and fire hall proposed for 990 Beatty will dramatically impact livability and safety issues for local residents. This is already a really noisy neighborhood, largely from cars and motorcycles accelerating onto the bridge from the downtown side, and sirens and roaring engines often stop conversation mid-sentence for local residents. Several homeowners have already moved from their master bedrooms facing Beatty Street to the quieter second bedrooms in the back of their unit, as nighttime noise and sirens are significant. The addition of a fire hall serving so many emergencies, many drug-related, will only increase this noise. I mean, I heard just a few minutes ago that 1,000 a month in terms of calls, that is significant. Congestion issues on Beatty will also increase, and it can get very, very busy here already because of the events that happen at the stadiums, concerts and sporting events. I don't know how a fire hall is going to coexist with that kind of traffic. It's a bit of a mystery to a lot of the residents here how that will happen. And I'm also wondering about the increase of traffic once the viaducts are removed. So the traffic jams on Beatty, combined with a shortage of delivery van and Uber parking areas, already sow anger and increased safety concerns, in particular with garbage and recycling bins that either block bike lanes or hinder views of cyclists. And there are near misses on pedestrians using the east crosswalk as frustrated car drivers turn left on the Cambie Bridge. And this happens a lot. Lastly, I'd like to speak to what a 28-story tower at 990 Beatty will do to sunlight and warmth in the neighborhood. The current window of sunlight for many residents here is already a paltry 2 to 4 hours, depending on the season. To give you an idea what that means, many units are chilly most months of the year. Energy bills in many units can go from $30 a month in the summer to well over $200 or $300 in winter months. So every hour of sunlight really counts. At the current 15-story, access to morning sun would continue, but nearly doubling that height will decrease sunlight and in turn decrease livability in the neighborhood. So thanks for your time, but if I can pose one question, it is around why the fire hall here and how could it possibly coexist with increasing traffic in the neighborhood?
Yeah, Rob, unfortunately, speakers are able to speak about the merits of the project, but aren't to ask questions.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker on the list is number 6, June Liu. June, are you on the line?
Can you hear me right now?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. My name is Jun. I'm a resident on 918 Cooper Age Way, which is cross street from the proposed marketing building on 900 Pacific Boulevard. So one of my worries is the local utility will not able to support such a large development for the neighborhood, especially for the roadway on Pacific Way. The proposed building will have its ramp entry on Cooper Age Way, and that may bring the traffic to the local neighborhood in the future. And I don't think there's a way to improve the road condition because there's only one sidewalk on the north right now. So that's my concern for the local utility.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 7 has withdrawn. Speaker number 8 is Iman Hosseini. Iman, are you on the line?
No, speaker is not on the line. I do not see anyone coming forward.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 9, Rohana Razel in person is.
I'm on the phone actually.
Rohana, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I oppose this motion because in the middle of a housing crisis fueled by the lack of non-market housing, the city is going to give up 3 out of the 6 non-market sites, essentially selling them back to Concord Pacific for market condo development at a bargain price. Will the city use the money it gets from selling the non-market housing sites to build non-market housing elsewhere? Of course not. The money will be used to tear down the viaducts, which will make those sites sold to Concord Pacific even more valuable. On November 2nd, 2018, the then Mayor Gregor Robertson made a major announcement during his second to last press conference as mayor. Mayor Robertson promised the construction of 650 affordable housing units. However, as we find ourselves approaching almost 5 years since that announcement, we are left questioning why the construction of these much-needed housing units has not yet begun. The delay raises legitimate concerns and calls for a thorough examination of the circumstances surrounding this situation. Since the original deal was made, 2 new councils have been elected to lead our city, and now the city has expressed its intention to move forward with this implementation of the project. Its rationale for giving up these non-market housing sites in exchange for market condo development is that the density on the remaining 3 non-market sites will be increased. However, it's important to note that this increased density could potentially happen regardless of the land deal. Specifically, the city proposes to enhance the non-market housing floor area to be developed on the 3 non-market sites that are being retained. The current approved area of 321,213 square feet would be significantly increased to 537,838 square feet, providing additional 216,625 square feet of housing. Yet, we must acknowledge that this falls short of the 316,291 square feet already approved for the 3 non-market housing sites that the city intends to sell to Concord Pacific for market condo development. The city is selling these lands at a relatively low price of $383 per square foot buildable. However, we must consider that these sites likely have the potential for higher density than what was approved decades ago. It's surprising to note that the city does not appear to have negotiated any additional payments in the event that the additional density is approved for these lands. This raises significant concerns. If the potential for higher density exists, shouldn't the city be advocating for fair compensation in return for increased value derived from this approved density? It's crucial to ensure that our city maximizes its resources and receives appropriate compensation when it comes to such valuable lands. And we are talking about prime land here, right? The lands being given up for market development cannot easily be replaced for non-market housing purposes. This represents a significant lost opportunity, a missed chance to address the pressing need for affordable housing in our city. Instead of selling the land to Concord Pacific, I urge the council to prioritize the construction of non-market housing without further delay. I urge you to shift your focus towards building the non-market housing our city so desperately requires. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next person we have would be Daniela, speaker number 10, Daniela Elza.
Hear me?
We can hear you.
Dear Council and Mayor, my name is Daniela Elza and I'm a Vancouver resident. It is hard to vote for or against this application since you're conflating 2 issues that I feel have to be addressed separately. I urge you today to not approve the redesignation of the 3 non-market housing sites on Concord Pacific for condo development in Falls Creek North and explore ways to honor and fulfill the promises made on the 6 lots. We've given up a bunch of them already, as you saw in the presentation. Of course, we want to build non-market housing, and that was promised a long time ago. Build the non-market housing. Of course, we should not roll back on non-market designations on 3 other lots. We have waited for 40 years. I'm sure we can wait a little more to have a little negotiation. I think that the federal and provincial governments are interested in supporting such projects. Please decouple these 2 issues and let them be voted on separately. And to undo policy must be a much more stringent process than just easily to lump it into something that already has been agreed upon. So I would suggest you make it mandatory that anything that is rolled back from decades of previous work by council and city can only be changed with a unanimous 10 out of 10 vote on council, because we cannot live on the whim of precarious and volatile so-called market, and neither should our housing. So these 2 issues should be decoupled. That's my first point. A few more process points. I would not have known about this if I had been checking the Shape Your City site on this file, because right now it still says July 23 targeting, and apparently flyers were distributed in some select locations. I only found out by accident. This hearing is also scheduled during a time when many are on vacation. I have contacted 3 journalists and media who cover these issues, and they are away till the 18th. I don't know if that's a coincidence. Also, it was scheduled on a work day, and people, you could see, have a hard time negotiating their schedules and showing up and already working 3 jobs to survive, and they do not have time or a 4th job to speak to you why they need 3 more jobs to live in this city. And the request made for freedom of information has been delayed till August. The reason the city gave is it might affect the business interest of a third party, which we assume is Concord Pacific. Now, if a third party has issues with democratic and transparent processes while using public funding and public subsidies or cheaply sold public land, perhaps you can educate them that if they have to be a little more transparent and willing to disclose information. My questions: if this amendment passes today, will the developer pay the proper market price for these lots? And if you're wise to not roll back on the market designation today, would the developer be interested in these lots? These are not cheap lots on the market. They have been held in limbo for so long, and surely someone is going to be making a ton of money, and my guess is benefit is not going to the city or the citizens or any long-term benefit for the public. So I ask, what moral ground do you base your decision on to take such liberties with a public asset as these lots designated for non-market housing? This process does not leave me confident that we have a democratic and transparent process to work with. In conclusion, I want to locate this in a historic context. How this process of impoverishing citizens in the city has continued for 100 years. In 1888, under the mayor of Vancouver, Mr. Oppenheimer, who was also the head of the Board of Trade and the largest private landowner, conflict of interest perhaps, the speculation frenzy resulted in 85% of the land owned by 130 people, and the remaining 15% left were divided among 10,000.
Daniela, sorry to interrupt.
Wrapping it up, yes, I got it. And just want to say that this proportion is already infected in our affordable housing today. 85% of the housing is market, 15% is slated for non-market, and today you're telling us that 50% of our 15% is going to have to be given up. I'll just leave it to you and your conscience to decide. Thank you for listening, and I had some more great quote from 1938, but I'll leave it there. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much, Daniela. The next speaker we have is speaker number 11, and it's Robert Ringer. And Robert's on the phone.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, great. We can hear you. Absolutely.
Okay. This is a time of real crisis in terms of affordable housing. So I think it's absolutely wrong to convert 3 long-standing non-market housing sites for condo development. We don't have a shortage of condo development sites. And if we look back, originally 20% of the housing in False Creek North was supposed to be non-market. That was whittled down to only 11% in the past. And in the past also, 8 other non-market sites have already been turned over to Concord Pacific for cash payment. And recently, in 2016, a 9th site at 601 Beach Crescent was sold to Pinnacle for condo development with 152 social housing units in the podium. And that still has not gone ahead. So again, we seem to be sometimes giving almost options to developers to hold property and wait for development. The other point I want to make is that if council is absolutely insistent that these 3 non-market housing sites should become condo housing sites, they should at least make sure to get adequately compensated for them. And I would ask you to ascertain that there is a third-party appraisal for the value of these sites for condo development, and that the sales contract or the contract for turning these over for condo development includes provision for additional payments if the density is increased in the future, which the current contract doesn't seem to have in it. So it would potentially be a windfall, another windfall gain for Concord Pacific. Lastly, I would say if you're giving up non-market housing sites, the proceeds of selling those non-market housing sites should be used for affordable housing rather than for roadworks, which will benefit Concord Pacific amongst primarily, I think, as well as some city sites. So again, though, rather than sort of argue about how much you're getting paid for these sites and how you're using that money, I think in this time of an affordable housing crisis, it is important to just maintain as much affordable housing as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. The next speaker on the list is speaker number 12, Jonathan Jedwab. Jonathan.
Thank you. My view is that the proposed developments have the potential to address a critical housing need in Vancouver and to be positive for the neighbourhood. My concern is whether the housing units will really be social housing or whether at least some will effectively be supportive housing but without adequate supports. City staff have produced a great deal of confusing information. Let me start with some history. In 2007, the city proposed building supportive housing on 12 sites in Vancouver, including 1050 Expo Boulevard. The city's website made an unequivocal commitment that everyone who comes into supported housing must be engaged in regular professional treatment for their mental illness or addiction and must keep up that involvement in treatment to retain their housing. But at a community meeting for 1050 Expo Boulevard, representatives from the city and BC Housing and the intended housing operators announced to the contrary, that occupants would not be required to have been abstinent prior to admission, that they would not be required to be engaged in treatment, and that they would be allowed to abuse illegal substances within their own room. Over a period of months, residents expressed their concerns around the increased risk of violence and criminality arising from the combination of mental illness and untreated substance abuse. But no one in authority was prepared to hold these groups accountable for reversing a clear commitment that had been made to the residents. The city's website even referenced a study by housing expert George Galster as evidence that conventional fears about crime rates are not justified. But Professor Galster personally wrote to the mayor and council saying, "It is my expert opinion that these planned developments in Vancouver are well above a threshold where neighborhood harm is likely to occur." Now, the current proposed developments concentrate housing from 6 sites to 3 sites, and they involve huge increases in density. 1050 Expo Boulevard has gone from 8 stories to a proposed 29 stories. Well, are these developments also well above a threshold where neighborhood harm is likely to occur? That depends whether they're going to be social housing or supportive housing. Please take a look again at the graphic we just saw displayed from the report summary. Blue section on the left is for ending homelessness and includes supportive housing. The green section in the middle is for rental housing and includes the red highlighted box, non-market rental bracket social housing, showing where the proposed developments lie. The Shape Your City website says repeatedly, this is social, not supportive housing, so the building will not include on-site supports. but it also discloses that as low-income rental housing, the housing proposed could include people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, which means that it sits at least partly in the blue section, ending homelessness, not the green section. So supportive housing or social housing, or maybe a mix. Here's another example from the Shape Your City website. There will be no requirement for tenants to engage in treatment to access housing. Similar to other types of housing in Vancouver, potential residents may have mental health issues and are able to make personal choices regarding their use of alcohol or other substances. Substance abuse and mental illness affect individuals and families across the socio-economic spectrum of the city's residents. That's quite right. But the vast majority of those residents do not lose their homes as a result of substance abuse and mental illness. The question is whether city staff intend to house people in these developments who are homeless or at risk of losing their homes, principally because of untreated substance abuse or mental illness, or both. In summary, there's a huge difference between social housing and supportive housing. Social housing can be safely provided at large density. Supportive housing, by definition, requires extensive on-site supports. Based on the information provided, I cannot tell whether city staff are trying to get council to approve supportive housing without adequate supports, which would be disastrous for the neighbourhood. Before you vote on this proposal, and bearing in mind the history of the 1050 Expo Boulevard site, I would like to ask you to amend the motion so that city staff and the eventual housing operators cannot in future unilaterally change the designation from social housing to supportive housing. Thank you for listening. I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from council, the next speaker we have on our list is Shengyang Boon on the phone.
Mayor,
Sorry. Oh, wait. We actually have someone. There's a little bit of delay there. Councillor Boyle.
Mayor, this isn't a question for the speaker, but just a point of privilege, which is I wonder before we move on to the next speaker, if you could just remind speakers that we're to keep comments on the proposal itself and the comments on particular tenants, particularly suggestions that particular tenants might create a safety risk because of certain attributes is not within the bounds of of what's appropriate for discussion on this item.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. So noted. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. The next speaker we have on the list is number 13, Shengyang Boon.
Hello?
Are you
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. We're in a housing crisis, and 661 displacement-free affordable units will help and are desperately needed. I'm in support of whatever height, unit mix, and density is needed to make these projects viable and to maximize the number of affordable units without further delay. As Councillor Boyle established with staff, if this does not pass today, this would delay any housing being built on all 6 sites for years. Many people desperately need housing and will be forced to leave the city or die on the streets in the years waiting for these units. We do not need to spend years debating the same points on the same sites again and again. Just let housing get built as fast as possible, hopefully without these time-wasting public hearings. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker we have is number 14, Russell Wong.
Hi, my name is Russell Wong. I'm calling in to support this plan. I'm a longtime Vancouver resident. I'm a homeowner, but I know a lot of people who aren't. I'm a member of a pro-housing group called VANA, the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. You sometimes hear housing skeptics say, we don't need more housing, we need more affordable housing. Personally, I think they're very wrong. We need way more of both. But it's certainly true that there's a huge shortage of housing that's affordable to people with regular jobs. There's limits to how much non-market housing you can build because unlike market housing, it typically requires public subsidy. But when there's an opportunity to get 660 non-market homes built, funded by the province, we should say yes. For city taxpayers, it would be far more expensive to fund it through city taxes. In terms of benefits, more than half of people in Vancouver rent. Because we don't have enough rental housing reflected in super low vacancy rates, rents have to rise to unbearable levels to push people out. People who rent in Vancouver feel like they're hanging on by their fingernails. And then when COVID hit, more people suddenly working from home meant that the shortage of residential space has gotten far worse. This non-market housing will help even for renters who don't end up living there themselves. When there's 660 renter households living in new non-market rentals, that's 660 fewer households competing against everyone else for market rentals. When we're trying to increase the number of homes available for people in Vancouver, everything helps. My understanding is that when the former Expo lands were being planned for redevelopment 40 years ago, the goal was always to have it be mixed income with 20% non-market homes. In the 1990s, there were about 500 non-market homes built, but there's been very long delays in getting these last 6 sites developed. So I'm really glad to see this happening now. There's zero displacement since nobody's living there on these sites. And the target of 30% low end of market, 50% lower income, and 20% deeply affordable seems reasonable to me. By the way, reading through the comments from opponents, my impression is that there's a fair amount of confusion between social housing and supportive housing. Well, one reason being that they sound pretty similar. So supportive housing, when we say social housing, I think people think, oh, that means that housing for people who are homeless or destitute. I'd suggest that talking about non-market or below-market housing rather than social housing would be less confusing. Even the lower-income housing we're talking about would be rented by people with a substantial household income, up to $60,000 for a one-bedroom. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Russell. The next speaker we have on the line is Heaven Louie on the phone. Helen, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Okay, perfect. My name is Helen, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live just by Science World, and I walk by the areas in this proposal almost daily. I've lived in this neighborhood for almost 10 years and in the Vancouver region for most of my life. I was very lucky to be able to afford to purchase my home in this neighborhood due to saving and working hard, but also because I was incredibly lucky and had a lot of family help. Many of my peers don't have the same benefit, and it's through no fault of their own. However, we should all be able to enjoy the nice walks on the seawall, the plentiful restaurants and shops, and the vibrancy of this neighborhood. I support these developments because they will benefit my community. Our community is only resilient and vibrant if we can ensure that not only the most wealthy can live in close proximity to our downtown core, where the jobs, services, amenities, and transit are. Having more people ensures that we can continue to have a good taxpayer base to support the services that we all want. But most of all, a community is made up of people, not just buildings and views, and communities of various socioeconomic backgrounds encourage more complete and equitable societies. I've also worked firsthand on a number of such non-market buildings, and I know how important these homes are to our community. These are homes for our students, our workers that serve our retail, coffee shops, and other critical city staff like teachers, nurses, and a variety of other people in our day-to-day lives. So I hope that this council will vote yes and support building these homes that are so needed by so much of our working class. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. The next speaker is number 16, Trina Kwan. Trina, are you on the line? Trina, can you hear us? Because we can't hear you. Are you on mute? Should we circle back? Okay, we'll circle back. The next speaker on the list is number 17, C. Guy Cooper. Hi.
Hey, excuse me. Your Worship, City Councilors, thank you for allowing me to speak at this important hearing. First off, and this is not an obligatory suck-up, I want to compliment and commend the City of Vancouver's Council's website process for the ease of allowing the submission of viewpoints and documents and viewing of submitted documents. It really went smoothly. I was really impressed. I just want to pass that on. My name is Guy Cooper, and I'm semi-retired. I have trouble saying that, retired, but semi-retired, and I'm an owner and resident of a condominium unit in 1009 Expo Boulevard. The site of 1050 Expo is on my immediate center left as I look out my window, and the proposed development at 990 Beatty is directly behind my building. When I bought my condo in 2015, it was with the understanding that 1050 Expo would be no more than 8 stories and not block my view. I'm here to oppose the proposed changes to the Falls Creek North Official Development Plan. And I've read the views of those supporting the development plan. Up until Tuesday, there were 3 supporting views. Yesterday, there was a whopping 530 website submissions in support of the project. My compliments to the group that so successfully rallied the support troops. But when I read the 117-page support submission, for the vast majority, they are simply in favor of social housing. So am I. They're not necessarily in favor of the plan per se, just more social housing. It was kind of a generic blanket statement. The current plan has 598 units of social housing. The proposed plan is 661, 63 more units than the current plan. And that increase is okay. What I do not agree with is the proposed distribution of social housing throughout Falls Creek North into one concentrated area as proposed. Let me explain. The current plan is, has 6 sites for Falls Creek North, 598 units. 1050 Expo will be restricted to 8 stories. 990 will be restricted to 15 stories. That's the current plan. I like the current plan. I think it's a good plan. The proposed zoning change will have still 6 sites. Social housing increases again to 661 units, incorporated into only 3 sites. Now, of those 3 sites, 1 is small and 2 are very large. And the 1050 Expo and 950 Beatty are 29 stories and 28 stories. Side by side, they're kitty corner to each other. You're putting that almost 600 non-market housing side by side there. And my condo is in the middle there, right in there. And so we are going to take 88% of the total social housing, new social housing, will be in those 2 units side by side surrounding my building. They represent an extremely high density of social housing in close proximity. My eastern view of Falls Creek will be obstructed. I will literally live in the shadow of the 29-story building as shown in the shadow studies. My condo, the deck, will also be in the shadow in the morning for most of the year. Restaurants, grocery stores, and casino restaurants in the area charge high prices as a result of high commercial rental and tax rates and may not be suitable for all non-market housing residents. There's a bit of a safety aspect, too, for the residents of 1050 Expo, as they effectively live on a traffic island, surrounded by 2 busy streets, 2 streets going one way, Pacific going one way, and Expo going the other way. Residents may not always cross at the designated crossings. They have to cross somewhere to get off the island, and the 4 lanes of traffic tend to move at a high rate of speed. I do tend to look out my window and I watch people crossing the streets and jaywalking, and it's pretty harrowing. And putting that many more people in there is that safety issue. The other thing is infrastructure. The roads and the schools. I've had one of my neighbors has commented that from kindergarten to grade 7 is a squeeze now, and that will be squeezed more. I know it's been addressed, or it will be addressed, but those are important aspects. This is not a case of not in my backyard attitude. It's a case of not 100% of the social housing in my backyard and my front yard. I hope the planning group and city council is willing to consider changing the proposed zoning to one that more uniformly distributes non-market housing across the entire Falls Creek North and into Vancouver for that matter. That would increase the diversity of the area rather than concentrating it in one place. Thank you.
Guy, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 18, Todd Papas.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great, Todd.
Excellent. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is also one of my first time ever doing this. I first off just wanted to say I appreciated the staff presentation in terms of how that was done. That actually answered a lot of the questions about the density and why it was proposed that way, and I think that actually would have been a great. I noticed it just popped up on the agenda page but wasn't there before. Just as a comment, I think if you're able to share something like that in advance, or at least maybe the Coles notes of that, that may fend off a fair number of questions. A couple of notes about this. So I live in Yaletown, similar to the previous speaker, sort of in that same sort of neighborhood. First off, the fire hall seems to just be an odd one to me. Like when I think of fire trucks are large, they need to get out in a rush, and whether it's dumping onto BD or coming onto Expo, those are both extremely congested streets. And I think specifically BD's got a bike lane, it's got pedestrians, and it's only one lane either way. So that just it seems odd to me that that would be for an emergency vehicle putting a fire hall on a street that's difficult to access. From a density standpoint, again, I think I'm generally in support of non-market housing. I think we've got an affordability crisis in Vancouver. We need to deal with this. But one of the challenges, and I think it was Councillor Boyle that brought it up, is around the market valuation of this swap for the rezoning. So it sounds like there was a property value assessment process that was undertaken by the city. However, it was done in 2021. So that's 2 years old. And I don't know how we could possibly have known what our property appreciation would be at this point. So I think it bodes the question, are we getting fair market value for doing that trade? So it sort of feels like, would I be willing to sell my property at 2021's price? For sure not. I would want the market value. So I think on that, I would encourage if there's a way the city could go back to saying, can we reevaluate this to see, is there a differential? How different is this from 2021's agreed upon price as part of that proposal, and what that would be worth today? Because I think that's we've heard that comment come up multiple times from the public of saying, we're worried that, you know, are we getting the best value for our money? And I think, you know, trust that the city will allocate that to where it needs to go, and I appreciate that. I think that's something that needs to be considered. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have on the list is number 19, Talktown, and I'm sorry that it's handwritten here. Benet? Was that close?
Yes.
Great. Thank
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to the City Hall. I'm first speaker, so I don't have any experience with this. I'm just a resident of the area, and I'm coming here to tell you how much it will impact our, you know, residential area, this development. And I think the other speakers has already, you know, mentioned all the points, but my concern, another concern was that this development will, you know, affect the air, you know, air condition and air pollution there too, because for now, I'm in the upper floor of one of the buildings there, so I feel the air pollution already. You know, I always, you know, cleaning the greases there, which is there, and I think the high rises, any new building is gonna build there will affect the air convention between the, you know, buildings, and it will stagnate the air, and it, you know, surely it will affect the air pollution. And also, we have already so many noise pollution in the area because of the traffic and congestion of the you know, people there. So the number of people is going to increase. So when we are going to develop somewhere, we should consider the quality of the life there too. And thank you very much. All the other things have been mentioned. The only another one thing I want to mention is that the daycare that is gonna, be there. I don't know how the green area for the children is going to be provided for them, because I think they need it for all the day long. It's almost, it's said by the rules. I know because I'm an EC educator assistant, and I was wondering how the children are going to pass through all the day to the nearby parks, or are they going to be garden or green space in the building or in the same lot? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toktam. The next speaker we have is number 20, Peter Cox.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Cox. I'm a resident of the City of Vancouver. I'm a voter. I rise in opposition to the amendments to the False Creek North Official Development Plan and associated CD1 bylaws and design guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. The next speaker we have is speaker number 21, Mike Rapon. Sorry, I hope I'm reading this correctly. Ron Prey.
Yes, that's correct. I have a few questions to put to the council. I know you guys can't answer them, but my concerns with what's going on with False Creek North is not just what's going on with False Creek North, but what's going on with all of Vancouver. I don't disagree with social housing. I believe we need that, and it's quite clear. The problem I have is that I live in the downtown core. We have a lot of social housing there now, okay? A previous speaker on the previous issue on, I think it was 32nd, West 32nd, she got up here and she spoke about the building that was presented not having social housing. She said, there is no social housing in the Cami corridor, or not enough. That is the polar opposite of what we have downtown. Downtown, we have a very large share of rental housing and a very large share of social housing. Within a 5-minute walk of my building, I can go by six or eight social housing units. And that's all within a short walk. And that's not uncommon downtown. And I don't understand, and I don't want to use the term dumping, but it seems like everything is proposed for downtown. Like there is a property, I know that it's a collective, a property of lots that are up for sale at Broadway and Renfrew. And that property has SkyTrain, it has buses from Broadway and buses from Renfrew. You could sell a property that's being proposed, purchase that, and be able to put up probably 20, 30% more units. So why is it important to be downtown? There are other areas of downtown that have services. We don't need to put everything downtown. And I'll leave it at that. I'm opposed to the amount of social housing that's being put downtown, and in that I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, I'm going to circle back on the individuals on the list. Do we have Amanda, speaker number 1, Amanda Iman? Oh, we don't do that in public hearings? Got it. Okay. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for all the comments from the speakers and taking time to come here today or be on the phone as well. This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. We will be taking a 5-minute recess to see if anyone else comes online. Thanks. Quorum here? 1, 2, 3, 4 people online. Great. Okay, so we do have some additional people online. Can we, Clerk, can we please have the first person? And
Speaker ending in 1194, go ahead. Hello?
can we please have your first and last name?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, my name is Anka Kvach, and I'm a resident of 1009 Expo Boulevard. I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, thank you for this opportunity and presenting the information before. I did miss part of it, so I apologize if this was already covered. The point I would like to make is first of all, to say that I am in support of social housing. However, I'm not in support of the new height proposals for the 3 sites in the east, North Falls Creek. For the reasons that were mentioned from the earlier speakers, such as livability and other concerns. My biggest concern actually is the infrastructure available to support this type of housing. And that's around the daycares and schools available for the current density in the area. Right now, I think adding a daycare won't even take care of the density and the population that currently resides here. So I think although that will be a little bit of help, it won't solve the problem. And also the lack of spots available in catchment for people who need to put their kids through kindergarten and forward. So I understand there are conversations happening, but I'm not hearing any solutions. And knowing that building of new schools and infrastructure in that aspect takes a lot of time, I would like to see a solid plan in place in parallel with the changes proposed. So again, I have, I want to verse my support in the social housing aspect, but not on the new heights that are being proposed at the development sites. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Ankara. The next speaker, can you hear us?
Hi,
Can I please get your name?
my name is Trina, and I'm at 928 Beatty Street. I am in support of social housing, and I think it is important. I agree with the existing plan that's in place, but I am opposing the new bylaw change. Already as it is, there's too much density and population in the area, and if you drive around there on a normal day, it's already congested, never mind a game day or an event, which is quite prevalent in the city with all the sports and concerts. Adding pressure to the existing infrastructures, schools being full also, and there's no proposal to increase capacity or build new ones. And I think the other thing is safety. I see a lot of frustrated drivers in that pocket trying to maneuver the traffic in that area, and I see at least 2 cyclists are hit a day in the intersections of Nelson and or Cambie and Beatty. And part of that is because of short light in that area, and the frustrated drivers are just trying to get through, and often, more times than not, they're sticking out in the intersection. So I also think it's more importantly, it's going to have a negative impact on more so the traffic in the area. And that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you very much, Trina. The next.
Parliamentary procedure. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just looking at the time, and I'm wondering if I can move a motion to extend beyond 5 to listen to the rest of the speakers. But I'm seeking some advice around timing, but maybe reconvening at 6 o'clock to complete decision. Because I understand that there might be something else happening.
Yeah, reconvene at 6 o'clock tonight, so we'll go till 5 o'clock.
No, we'll go extend to finish speakers right now. Well, how many speakers are on the line? Maybe that's a good question to ask.
Well, there's only a few left. Why don't we get through the speakers really quickly, or not really quickly. Let's monitor.
Yes, I believe there's 2 speakers.
Okay, so extend if necessary past 5 to complete the speakers, and then recess to reconvene at 6 o'clock for debate and decision.
That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Montague. All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair. Oh, no, sorry. I wanted to.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't put myself in the queue.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I believe that's debatable, and I was on the queue. I was going to suggest we extend to hear the speakers, but up till 5:15.
Sure. I'm sorry, not sure.
Friendly, yay.
Okay, so we're doing a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Do you have a seconder, Councillor? Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed say nay. Great.
Nay.
Okay, well, the ayes have it. And now we're going to Councillors.
Sorry, Mayor, I did see, just as a equity and procedure, I did see Councillor Dominato on the queue, and it is debatable,
sorry.
so I don't think she had a chance.
Councillor Dominato. Sorry, Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Mayor. Thanks. I was actually going to propose that we extend to hear the speakers and finish the business, and do away with the recess for dinner. That was going to be a motion I was going to move.
Okay.
But I don't think we've dispensed with the other motion yet. So I think we've only dealt with the amendment to that motion.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment to the amendment is Councillor Dominato wants to extend to finish business. Is there a seconder? Nope.
Councillor Boyle.
Councillor Boyle. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed say nay. 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 All right, so the amendment to the amendment fails. Now the amendment to 515. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, so the amendment to the motion passes, and then we vote on the motion. Great. Can we extend to 5:15 and then reconvene at 6 o'clock as proposed by Councillor Carr? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. That passes. So thank you, everyone. That was a little confusing, but we got through that. Can we please have the next speaker on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I just want to start out by thanking Mayor Sim and the council for hearing.
Can I please get your name?
Yes, my name is Ethan Arnowitz, and I am a resident of the L-Town community, and specifically living at 928 Beatty Street, which is the lot next to 990 Beatty Street. Today I just wanted to express my concerns regarding the proposed rezoning at 990 and 1050 Expo Boulevard, and I really appreciate the time today to listen to the following points. So before the rezoning application, all 6 sites were designated for non-market housing. However, under the new proposal, 3 of the lots will be allocated for market housing, while all of the non-market requirements are being concentrated on the remaining 3 lots. Segregating the non-market housing to only 3 of the 6 development sites is truly inequitable and goes against the principles of creating a diverse and inclusive community. I urge the council to reconsider and integrating the non-market housing requirements equally across all 6 development sites. The current proposal really seems to favor Concord Pacific, and it allows them to develop market housing on land that was originally intended for non-market use, while putting pressure on the other 3 sites to meet non-market housing requirements. Additionally, this is going to allow Concord Pacific to develop market housing on 3 lots with no non-market requirements. Any developer downtown Vancouver needs to build a development that includes non-market housing, so I don't understand why this rezoning application allows Concord Pacific to get around this. Furthermore, the proposed development also dramatically increases the height limit from 8 to 29 stories. That's an increase of 21 stories at 1050 Expo Boulevard and 15 stories to 28 stories at 990 Beatty Street. And it just, from a public perspective, seems a little biased that the 3 lots furthest away from the Concord Pacific CEO are getting all of the non-market requirements, while the 3 lots closest to Concord Pacific CEOs is getting all of the market requirements there. Additionally, the location of the fire hall is a concern, as many have voiced today. Beatty Street is a very congested street, especially during a game or event where it's a block away from BC Place and has consistent traffic. So putting a fire hall with 4 fire trucks on this street seems like a move that will in the future cause issues for emergency response times. Additionally, this area is already extremely densely populated, as others have mentioned, and also has a lot of noise congestion from BC Place as well. So adding a fire hall to this seems like a mistake. Additionally, with the addition of new units, especially this many new units, there doesn't seem to be any plan to increase amenities to support the growing population. For example, there's no affordable grocery stores in the area. The dog parks are, kind of in despair right now and need a lot of attention. So with this increase in, new residents, I think there needs to be a plan in parallel to address new amenities that can support this community. Also, the current plan requires removing trees along Beatty Street, which is a beautiful street. It's a tree-lined street, and removing these trees will lead to a less and a beautiful area and less greenery in the area. Like many others have said, I fully support non-market housing. I think this is an urgent issue that needs to be addressed, but this proposal isn't fair towards the current residents, and it also disproportionately puts the pressure in one small area of downtown rather than trying to create a diverse community where non-market housing is spread across the community. I fully support the initial height requirements, but increasing the height requirements to such an extreme measure isn't fair to those in the surrounding area that purchased homes with the original height restrictions in place. Thank you again for taking the time to consider my concerns, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Stephen. And the last caller, are you online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I please get your first and last name, and if you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yes. So my name is Iman Hosseini, and I'm a resident of 939 Expo Boulevard, which is the land adjacent to the one of the proposed sites, which are the subject of today's hearing. And I would like to, first of all, echo the previous caller's comments. I think he summed it up perfectly. And also, I wanted to express my concern with respect to the whole public engagement process. I think, yes, there were a couple of public information sessions. They were during one of the snowiest nights of the year. I personally struggled to make my way over there, and also I submitted a comment online when the online comments opened, and I believe I was told that I would receive a notification when today's hearing would take place, which I didn't through that process. I did receive something in the mail, and I know other residents who did not. So I just wanted to raise those concerns with respect to this process. But all of that aside, I would like to request for the city to honor its original height restrictions of a 5-story building and reconsider the fire hall location because, like many other speakers have already raised this, the concentration of below market housing in such a small area of Yaletown is not healthy and for the neighborhood or for the residents because, it needs to be spread across the 6 sites as originally planned. And the fire hall location, I'm sure, again, as already been mentioned, this area is already backed up with traffic as it is, especially during concert or game nights, sporting events, and I just don't see how emergency response times are going to be, doable with already a congested area. And then the residents, such as myself, in the neighboring buildings have bought their properties with the existing height restrictions. I personally did my due diligence, looked into the height, the zoning, and everything, and I made my decision to purchase my property on that basis. And now it's, I don't think the city has really given much thought to those who will, both physically and financially be impacted by these proposed changes. And yes, lastly, I'll just mention parking, both for residents and for deliveries. There's just not enough parking as it is to handle the volume of traffic. And with the new proposed changes, it's just going to be, a lot of tension between residents, and, it's going to cause a lot of safety issues. So I'll just leave my comments at that. I know we're going over time, so thank you for your time, Mayor and Council, and I look forward to hearing the decision.
Thank you very much for your comments. Clerk, do we have any other speakers online?
No.
Okay, so we will close the speakers list. Since few public comments have been received this afternoon, I am also now closing the receipt of public comments. And so, Clerk, do I need a motion to, we'll recess till 6 o'clock. Great. All right, we'll see everyone back at 6. Thank you. public hearing. So do team members have any closing comments?
No comments, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Does council have any questions for the team? And just remember, no additional questions. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Just a couple of questions. Thank you that arose out of speakers. First of all, for the money that we're receiving for the sites from Concord, 110 million, where does that money go? The question was asked, is it going to go into road work that's going to benefit Concord versus something else that would more broadly benefit the people?
I thank you, Councillor, for the question. The allocation of those funds will be subject to a separate council decision. As things stand, our recommendation, according to the Northeast Falls Creek Plan policies, it would go to infrastructure, specifically street work and utilities, to implement the Northeast Falls Creek Plan. So, no, would very much be part of implementing the broader plan, which will in itself unlock significant amount of positive development, including affordable housing.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. A second question was raised about the fact that this would be social housing, and it is listed as such, versus supportive housing. Can you just verify that that it is social housing and won't switch at some point around supportive housing?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, the housing is intended to be social housing. It's tended to be aligned with the provincial CHF program, which is for people who are able to live independently without supports.
Awesome. Thank you. That's it for my questions. Thank you,
Great,
staff.
thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mark. Just two quick ones. Just off of Councillor Carr's question with regards to the supportive versus social housing. Just also confirm, these are the tenanting and mixes a choice of BC Housing. Has nothing to do with the city.
Yeah, that's correct.
Nonprofit that's chosen eventually.
That's correct. Ultimately, the tenanting will happen, and the tenant selection will be done by the nonprofit operators that are selected under agreements with BC Housing, and it will be aligned with the BC Housing CHF program and the levels of affordability that were outlined in the presentation.
Right, and city staff doesn't have any say.
That's correct. We will enter into a lease of the sites with a nonprofit. That lease will outline some operating parameters, but it's over to the nonprofit societies to do the management.
Okay, and with regards to the fire, I don't know if we still have the deputy fire chief on the line or not, but I'm pretty familiar with the first responder aspect of things, but just for the record, I know 6 Hall and 7 Hall on Harrow Street and Nicholas Street. We're relocating 8 Hall here. Are we able to explain very quickly why this of the 3 sites was chosen for the location of the fire hall, and if anything else was explored as regarding an alternate location in moving that fire hall number 8?
So I'll ask Deputy Chief Moore to address the question.
Yeah, so there was exploration of other lands. In that area, there isn't many opportunities. This site was chosen, so we have a tool where we place fire halls and it gives us our performance. And this was the best performance of the 3 sites.
And I'm assuming a lot of that goes into the selection of sites is location based on other fire halls. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it's a network of fire halls. So this hall would also respond to the south side of Falls Creek. So it gives us good performance into that area as well.
Dual assistance with fire hall 4, is it?
Into 4s and 3s area, they both responded to that area currently, and 8 would be able to respond to that area as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Very quick question. So I think one speaker has some concerning regarding the green space for the childcare. Can you comment on that?
We have someone from ACCS to answer the question regarding the childcare.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Mark Pickersgill from Social Policy, Senior Planner for Childcare. And just in regards to the green space, we have a long history and a number of facilities that we've created on top of podium spaces, and they are often very significantly incorporate green space into the outdoor play space available on the podium level, and definitely a move towards to incorporating natural materials in all of our developments. And in terms of the area that's available for outdoor space on this site, at least from these early modeling, we have sufficient amounts of space to accommodate the number of children that we're putting forward.
So are those green space on-site or the park nearby?
Oh no, there's green space on the podium for
Okay.
the childcare. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Mayor. Just there's a number of comments about these projects, but in particular, I was taken by the questions around the amount of traffic in close proximity to some of these areas. Given that these are all kind of publicly owned properties, do we have some tools or ability to address part of the public realm, knowing that the building won't fill the entire site, but there'll probably be opportunities for plazas, potentially space around it that would help to really create some kind of benefit, some kind of placemaking around those sites that would benefit the neighborhoods. Because there's not a lot we can do about the blocked views or that sort of thing, but certainly at the street level, I think we can actually do things to make it feel like it's a part of the neighborhood.
Thank you for the question. Development planning will answer it.
Okay, thanks.
For the question, Councillor. So we were still working on that with the engineering team, but we were ensuring that one of the nice plaza at the 1050 Expo site toward south side of the 1050 Expo site has the corner space that we are trying to allocate for that public realm space, public plaza space.
Okay.
Yeah.
See Teresa coming.
Yes, we'll explore that during the DP process.
Okay, and just because there was a bit of discussion around, we know how busy the traffic is around that area. Just, I'm trying to imagine. I know that we have competing for active transportation lanes and all the rest of it, but anything that we can do again with regards to sort of pedestrian safety around there would also be something worth exploring. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Just one quick follow-up. A number of my questions were asked by others, but could staff please remind, we heard some comments from callers, speakers who called in to speak to this item, and I just wonder if you could, staff, clarify the income ranges that this type of housing will be sort of geared towards.
Hi, Councillor. Just looking up the detailed information. Generally, the agreement that we have with BC Housing would be targeting households where 20% of the units are targeting households at very affordable rents, so households either on income assistance or pensions. 50% of the units would be to households below the housing income limits. That's what I'm just looking for now. So the housing income limits for 2023 are 58,000 for a one bed, so that would be the maximum income. 72,000 for a two bed is the maximum income, and 86,000 for a three bed is the maximum income. And then the top 30% of units would be at the low end of market rent, so renting to people with moderate incomes.
And that's generally 80,000 and above.
Yeah, those would be related to BC Housing's moderate income limits. So yeah, those would be incomes, households with incomes above those housing income limits. So yeah.
Right. Okay. And that's 80% of the units would be, generally speaking, 58,000 per year and above. Based on what you just shared.
Yeah, that's right. So 20% deeply affordable, 50% rent geared to income to households below those income thresholds I listed, and then 30% at the low end of market rent.
Okay. Okay. That's just helpful. It just kind of sort of level sets. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, council, it's now, will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the motion? Councillor Clausen, seconded by Councillor Joe. Thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I just want to say I've been on council long enough to have seen many iterations of this, and this has been a long time coming in terms of a decision, and so I am extremely pleased to support this. It's, as I say, many challenges over the years, and I really want to thank staff for their persistence and professionalism in dealing with what has been at times a very challenging project. So thank you for that. It's about time that we got going on this. And just to say that for me, the delivery of the social housing is incredibly important. As we all know, this is one of the big crises of our city. Some people that spoke to us said, oh, well, why are we giving up 3 sites? And it's not about the sites, it's about the number of units in my mind. So we are yes, there were 3 less sites, but we are increasing the number of units of social housing that are being delivered here. And I think that is the critical question that we need to answer for ourselves, how important that is to get that social housing. 661 units is good. It's gonna make a difference in our city. Some people talked about, the height of the 3rd tower. Why wasn't that higher? It's the one on Civic. For me, it is restricted by the adjacency to other buildings, and I happen to believe that that is important for livability. Being a West Ender, the fact that you can't have more than 2 towers on a block really has made a difference in terms of that landscape, as I say, and the livability of the region. We did get a 3rd-party appraisal for those who questioned around the appraisal of it. No shadowing on the parks. The fire hall location to me is actually critical. And some people say, well, why do we have this fire hall there? Well, we have a lot of people in that whole region, and we are adding more. And we, to have a fire hall that can access sites quickly is, especially given the difficulty in getting into some buildings in the downtown core. This is, I think, really important. You want this to be a easy, accessible to the majority of people that are living there location, and that's what we have. Finally, just to say that the affordability levels for me are actually very commendable. In other words, there aren't any of those units that are at market. They're all going to be at something less than market, and all the way down to some extremely affordable rent geared to income at the lower end of the scale. And they are, as I've confirmed, going to be social housing, not supportive housing, which does need other kinds of support within buildings, as we all know. So all in all, I'm really pleased and want to see this get going as fast as possible.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor, and just acknowledging thanks to our staff for the presentation this evening, and thanks to all of the speakers who called in, as also those who came in person. Councillor Carr said much of what I would have said, so I will simply leave my comments that this has been a long time coming, and I know that there's been very careful work to get to this place we are today. And I think it goes without saying that we need social housing, and this will deliver a significant number of units of social housing as well as childcare in the city. And as was noted by Councillor Carr, is all of it will be below market. And so I think in the context of a city where we're continually talking about housing and housing affordability, this is a step towards addressing that. And so from that perspective, that is a big consideration in my mind in voting in support of this proposal. And so simply I'll leave it there in the interest of time, but I will be supporting the rezoning application this evening.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that, again, I want to acknowledge the work of staff and in being able to pull these sites together for this purpose of social housing. I know that especially in the downtown area, we hear a lot about the lack of affordability for people in the service industry, healthcare workers. There's other people whose incomes don't allow them, and it forces them to be outside the city. It puts us at risk, certainly for our economy. So having a range of housing, these hundreds of units, is going to, I think, really benefit all of the people who live in the downtown area, and so I'm prepared to support this, and also want to thank all the communication that came in from all the people. There was a lot of discussion around this one. I was very glad to be able to read it and hear the concerns, but I'm hoping at the end that it's a net positive for the community and that we build a lot of fantastic affordable housing for people living in the community. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also want to express my support to this project. I think social housing project provides stable, affordable housing options for individuals and families who are potentially at risk becoming homeless. By supporting this project, we can provide shelter to those in need and potentially preventing homelessness in the city. Social housing project ensure that people from diverse social economic background, from mid to low income family, have access to safe and affordable homes, fostering inclusivity and social equity within the community. Almost 700 units in these 3 buildings, which could help almost 700 individuals or families from being homeless. So I think also there's a childcare facility with sufficient green space and amenities. So once again, that shows our commitment in supporting social housing project and supporting the vulnerable people in our city. So with that, I'm going to support this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for their vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? And council, can you please register your vote?
Mayor, it's Councillor Kirby Young. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes. Thank you.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. Could I get a vote assist in favor, please, as well?
Yep. Sorry, yellow memo. Sorry, can we pause for 1 sec? Oh, sorry. Okay. So can we, do we have to rewind this vote? Okay, so okay, got it. Thank you. Council, I'm going to repeat what I should have said. I don't know how I missed that. Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation, including the 2 yellow memos?
So moved.
Great. I think that was Councillor Dominato, seconded
Yes.
by Councillor Joe. Great. Great. Okay. So, and we voted on that. So, point of procedure, clerk, we do not have to vote again. That counts, or do we have to vote again? Yeah. Thank you. So,
Confirm that.
can we please confirm that?
Yes, thank you for the point of procedure. Yes, there were 2 yellow memos. One was provided for information and the other one was adding a condition. So, and then to answer the mayor's question, yes, we had a motion on the floor, so we just needed to confirm that that motion was including that condition identified in that yellow motion.
Okay.
Okay?
And
If
so-
everybody's clear on that,
Is everyone clear on that? Okay. So just to be incredibly clear, we do not have to re-vote on this one. Okay. Great. Sorry for the confusion there. Okay. It looks like the motion, including the yellow memos, passes unanimously with Councillor Fry and Meisner. on leave of absences. Okay. Now with that, that concludes the business for today. We need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Great. That was Councillor Kirby Young. Perfect. Thank you. I didn't see that. Seconded by Councillor Montague. All in favor, say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed, say nay. Great. Carried. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And team members, thank you for all of your hard work. Thanks.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks for coming in.